A terrible tragedy is unfolding, the full details of which are still awaited. An Air India Dreamliner bound for London has crashed shortly after takeoff from Ahmedabad airport. The Air India Dreamliner, otherwise known as the 787 aircraft manufactured by Boeing, the images that are coming out are truly horrific. These are some of the images that you see on your screen. Over residential areas in Ahmedabad, there are plumes of gray, dark, sooty smoke that can be seen. There you see that ball of fire as the plane crashes moments after takeoff. The impact in a residential area near the Ahmedabad airport. We'll be showing you the latest pictures that are emerging from the crash site. More details are awaited, but what we do know is that 242 passengers are reported to be on board the Air India plane that was headed for Gatwick Airport in London. This is one of the most popular routes of Air India, flown by Air India. It's summer season. Many Indian families, tourists, also those with relatives, children living in London, head to the United Kingdom at this time. It's a very busy and popular route, and hence the news we have is that 242 passengers were on board that plane. Prime Minister Modi has moments ago spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah and the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. He has instructed them to head towards Ahmedabad and ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected in the wake of the air mishap. ANI is reporting this. I want to also bring into the show now Dr. MJ Augustine, senior military veteran, of course, a group captain himself, and someone who can explain to us what exactly has happened here or may have happened. It's important to say that the DGCA is looking at what may have led to this. I want to be very responsible in any comments that we make because it's very early, and our prayers and our thoughts right now are with the passengers on board that plane, the pilots and the Air India crew on board that plane, and the families, the distraught, devastated families who must be waiting, hope against hope, for some good news to come from that crashed plane. I first want to start by showing you a video. There are many videos. Some of them have been captured. Most of them, in fact, have been captured by people around, civilians on the ground in the area near Ahmedabad airport where this crash took place. This is a video I posted and I shared just moments ago on my social media platforms. Let's play this out for you before we get Augustine sir to come in and tell us what may have happened.
अहमदाबाद गाड़ी नगर कोर्ट में प्लेन फटा दिए।
बेचारा बच्ची हमारे हालत में देख तो भाई बच्चे वो पहले 8 रुपए में बच्ची मारी तो जाना मारा मेरी करी
So heartbreaking scenes there of the impact of that crash. As I said, a Dreamliner with 242 passengers reported to be on board, headed for Gatwick Airport in London, crashing moments after takeoff. The scenes of that crash are everywhere, and it is actually painful to watch. I'm actually in New York, scheduled to take an Air India flight back home in a couple of hours from now, and I can only imagine what sort of panic every crash creates among passengers, crew members, cabin crew members, pilots. We do also have details, in fact, of the pilots who were flying this plane. Can we, in fact, get this up on our banners? But let me, in the meantime, read out to you the DGCA statement that we have at this moment. I'm just trying to pull it up. The aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal with First Officer Clive Kunder. They did give a mayday call. That's important that a mayday call was given by those who were steering this aircraft, who were piloting this aircraft, but there was no response to that mayday. And I want to also welcome on the program Neha. Neha, of course, Neha Lal is a former cabin crew. Neha, thank you. It's a grim time to be talking. Thank you for making the time. Dr. Augustine, Group Captain Augustine, before I get you in, I just want to read out the DGCA statement because it's the first detailed official account we have of what has happened. It's a 787 aircraft, and it is being described right now as an accident that has taken place on the 12th of June. On the 12th of June, the Air India B787 aircraft, while operating flight AI 171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, has crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. Look at the phrase, it has crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. There were 242 persons on board, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. The aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal with First Officer Clive Kunder. Captain Sumit is a LTC with 8,200 hours of experience. The co-pilot had 1,100 hours of flying experience. As per the ATC, the aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 1:39 IST from runway 23. It gave a mayday call to ATC, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. The aircraft immediately crashed after departure from runway 23, fell on the ground outside the airport perimeter. Heavy black smoke was seen coming from the accident site. Group Captain Augustine, your first response. The mayday call was given. The crash takes place immediately after takeoff. We know this from the DGCA. Your first response, sir.
Barkha, firstly, till we access the FDR, even God won't be able to pinpoint what went wrong. But what we can look at is what could go wrong in a situation like this. I mean, flying big jets, I've been doing so for a while now. And anything going from Ahmedabad to London will be fully laden with fuel. And of course, people, and I'm sure in your lifetime, you have many times heard something like hot and humid, and hot, humid, and high condition. So in this case, it is hot and humid condition existed because it's warm time of the year. So humidity in Ahmedabad, being a coastal region, is on the higher side, and also it is heavy. So hot, humid, heavy. So these are the things that goes into aeroplane taking a longer takeoff run. In yesteryears, we have had crashes where you have had overrun during takeoff or aeroplanes hitting obstructions during takeoff, which happened in Tiruchirappalli to Muscat, if you remember. A couple of years back, it was again an Air India Express flight. So something like that can happen. In this case, as I see the video, that condition could probably be ruled out. Now, next 2 conditions that exist is loss of thrust, loss of lift. So loss of thrust can happen due to engine stalling or failing with or without Burdett. And loss of lift can happen when the flaps of the aeroplane goes up. So for takeoff, the trailing edge of the aeroplane is down. We have seen enough. So that trailing edge which comes down is called the flaps, whose function is to increase the lift so that you take shorter takeoff run. That means you use lesser runway to take off. Why do you need to use lesser runway to take off? Because you can't make a runway which is like too long where you can take off in a clean condition, firstly. And secondly, you have limitation of wheels rolling speed. The wheels also cannot roll too fast, otherwise the rubber will fly off. So these
Yeah.
are two reasons why, or these are two main reasons why you want to take off at much slower speed as possible, using lesser runway as possible. And as you keep accelerating, you keep raising the flaps to a higher level or a higher degree. So these are things where aeroplanes can sink, as we saw in the report also. In DGCA report, Mayday call was given, which means to me it appears that they must have had an engine stall or an engine failure, leading to aeroplane sinking back. Now, aeroplanes. The next question, Barkha, I can preempt. You will ask me is immediately after takeoff, if you have an engine failure, will it crash every time? No. The aeroplanes are designed after a speed called V1 to take off on a single engine safely and come back and land on a single engine safely. It is designed, all aeroplanes are designed for that. In this case, why it sank back is something which I am also trying to analyze. Visually, it appears to me, Varka, that the aeroplane's flaps, I'm not able to see the flaps down. Maybe I'm wrong. But in the given video, I'm unable to see the flaps are down for takeoff. What could be the reason? I don't know. It could even be a malfunction. So, given all this reason, aeroplane can sink back. And let me also tell in the same breath, um, flying in the air is not humans are designed for. Birds are designed for. So we
Yeah.
fly in the air using equipment like aeroplanes and gliders and parachutes and stuff like that. So it is an environment in which if something goes wrong, the gravity gets the better of you. And very unfortunate that we had the previous Chief Minister, Mr. Rupani, was on board. Is also confirmed with the manifest, I believe. So my heart goes out to everyone, including the ex-Chief Minister. Over to you, Barka.
Right. It is really a tragic moment, and we are seeing, look at the clouds of smoke billowing over the Ahmedabad skyline. How frightening this must be. I was just thinking of what, when a plane takes off, right after takeoff, only pilots know that takeoff and landings are the most difficult and most risk laden parts of a flight, right? The takeoff and the landing. And passengers are quite oblivious and unaware of this. Once a plane takes off, you kind of sink back in your seat, you relax. And I'm kind of just shocked by thinking, it sends a shudder through your spine, thinking of what those passengers must have felt as they suddenly saw the plane spiraling out of control. We have details coming in from Air India. There were 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, one Canadian national, and 7 Portuguese nationals on board this plane. So this is now something that is going to be treated as an international incident. In fact, every air crash is a Group Captain Augustine, because as you said, humans are not made for conquering the skies, birds are. And it is an act of human resilience to fly a plane every day. And, every crash also brings under scrutiny airplane manufacturers. Boeing in particular has been on the mat and under the scanner, especially related to the Boeing Max incidents that have taken place. And we'll get to that soon. We are hoping that there are still people who have been able to be rescued. Those rescue operations are ongoing. The Tata Group that owns Air India has issued a statement. Mr. N. Chandrasekhan, the chairman of Air India, has said, with profound sorrow, I confirm that the Air India Flight 171 operating Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick was involved in a tragic accident today. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with families and loved ones. At this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all the affected people and the families. We are doing everything in our power to assist the emergency response teams at the site and to provide all necessary support and care to those impacted. Further updates will be shared as we receive more verified information. An emergency center has been activated and a support team have been set up for families seeking information. That's the Tata statement. If we can go back for a moment to the Air India statement and also to those details, because I'm getting a lot of calls from TV networks in United Kingdom, and I think they're all interested in knowing what has happened. And again, Air India has confirmed And I'm going to read out the Air India statement. Air India confirms that flight AI 171 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick was involved in an accident today after takeoff. The flight, which departed at 1:38 hours, was carrying 242 passengers and crew members on board. The injured are being taken to the nearest hospitals. The breakup of who was on board: 169 Indian nationals, 53 British citizens, one Canadian citizen, and 7 Portuguese nationals. Before I come to you, Neha, there was an initial statement on record from local police. Again, a lot of these things, the news is moving fast. So a lot of this may have already been outpaced by the news. What's really important also to say is that a mayday call was given by the pilots, but there was no response after that. ATC was not able to establish communication. But let's first listen to what the police had to say.
प्रिलिमिनरी हमको जो पता चला है वो ये है कि एयर इंडिया की जो लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी वो टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रिलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉरपोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे। मैं सभी मीडिया के मित्रों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, सभी हमसे सहयोग करें। जितनी पुलिस, उसके अलावा जितनी भी एजेंसी, आर्मी, बीएसएफ, सीआईएसएफ, कॉरपोरेशन, कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सभी स्टाफ, सभी यहाँ काम में लगे हुए हैं। प्लीज़ हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुँचा सकें। थैंक यू।
Let's bring in Neha. Neha, your first thoughts. I mean, of course, hearts go out to the families of the pilots, the cabin crew, all the passengers. Go ahead with your first thoughts. I mean, it is such a grim day for India and for aviation in general. Here, Neha.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Barkha, for having me. Yes, it is extremely a tragic moment which has happened, and heart goes out to the families, to each one of them. They might be VIP on boards. For us, I think everybody was a VIP on board, and it is a very tragic incident which has happened. And yes, if captain has made a call on Mayday, my view is also the crew would have been informed and crew would have been ready for a emergency evacuation. But after looking at this, it doesn't seem like they got even a chance for an evacuation. But yes, Air India crew is one of the best crew what we have till now. And yes, both captains are very experienced, and all the cabin crew who are there are well certified to handle all the emergencies. But it's a very unfortunate event which has happened, and it's just we waiting for the DFDR to open and the black box, what we say, and see what is in store, exactly what happened. And they were flying one of the best aircrafts. It's 787. It's actually one of the best aircraft Air India fleet has.
Yeah. Neha, at this moment, what is the crew trained to do? Because there wasn't even, like you said, there wasn't even an opportunity at evacuation, at emergency response. A mayday signal was given by the pilots. The ATC was not able to establish contact thereafter. What is the training for cabin crew in such circumstances? Because it all happens really quickly.
Yes. So basically what happens every time there is a takeoff and landing, crew goes through a silent review where we are supposed to do our drills. Like, for example, if there's a smoke fill situation, or if the aircraft is going off the runway, or there is fire, what we are supposed to do. So 30 seconds to 45 seconds, each cabin crew has been trained to do a silent review for takeoff and for landing. So at this stage, a cabin crew, Air India crew, who was sitting were actually doing their silent review. Probably captain would have got a chance to inform crew that we are going for a crash landing to prepare. Crew is already prepared, but crew does not they have no clue what they're landing into. They're landing on the runway, they're landing on the land, but they anyways prepared how to open the door immediately and evacuate as much passengers as they can. So at this moment, they would have been actually doing their silent review, and they would have been ready to how to open doors, which door to evacuate, assess all the situation around. and do the best evacuation at this time.
Now, when you talk of this Mayday signal that was given, and then I want to read out again. I'll just read out this statement of the DGCA, and it basically says. Let me read this operative part out. It says the aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal with First Officer Clive Kundar. Captain Sumit Sabharwal is a LTC with 8,200 hours of experience. The co-pilot had 1,100 hours of flying experience. As per the ATC, the plane departed at 1:38 IST. It gave a mayday call to the ATC, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. So what I'm understanding from this statement is that the pilots did try and give an SOS Mayday call. That's the call that you give when there's an emergency. But when the ATC tried to engage with them afterwards, there was no response. So it all happened in a matter of minutes, maybe even less. Can you just explain that?
So, ma'am, in those minutes, what would have happened? I'm assuming it's just my perspective. I might be wrong. But when captain makes a mayday call, crew probably would have been informed, or they know that's the time they start shouting, brace, brace, heads down and grab ankles too. And there might be a brace command for all the passengers where they're supposed to secure their head and bend low and be ready. Maybe the crew got the time to even shout that and secure each passengers on board, right? And when I don't know what exactly happened, that why captain was not being able to touch with the ATC, but when he made that mayday call, so I 100% believe there was something which is really gone out of proportion, and then this crash happened. But from the cabin perspective, what I can tell you, I'm assuming a crew would have informed the passengers that there would be a crash landing. They need to brace and be ready for an impact.
Yeah. Neha, what is the training of cabin crew in this situation? Like, what are you trained to do? What are you meant to do?
Okay, ma'am, in this training, first thing we are supposed to do, first of all, we need to know we are landing over water or we are landing over land. So when we assume we have taken off from Ahmedabad, it is absolutely land. So we are assuming it's going to be a crash landing. So once we take off, so we preparing ourselves when to open the door, how to open the door, which doors to be operated, how many people we will be evacuating. So this is the whole drill, which is actually going in those 30 to 45 seconds in a cabin crew. So they're prepared. Every cabin crew, any airline, they're prepared for this evacuation process. This is have been trained at all trainings, and not Air India, but all airlines follow this process of, this is called a silent review, right? Where
Yeah.
crew is ready to perform any duty, a crash landing, a smoke or fire, anything. So they're prepared to handle any emergencies, which in this process they would have even shouted, brace, heads down, grab ankle, telling all guests, secure their head and bend low and be safe. And this is the training what each cabin crew throughout the world go through.
Yeah. So I think what we're talking about here is maybe not even a 5-minute window for the pilots to figure this out, for the crew to figure this out, because the DGCA statement, could we have the shots up, please? Could we have the shots up? I think we must stay on shots. People want to see these. If we can get our producers back at the back end and just stay on the shots. Neha, talk to me about the window of time that the pilots would have had to discover that there's a problem and then fix it.
Ma'am, I want to tell you, first of all, getting into Air India is not easy, right? The interviews are very hard, the simulator checks are very hard, right? And Air India has the best of captains, best of commanders, and first officers. Something like this have happened. Imagine a captain realized there was an emergency and he had that capacity to inform ATC, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. I'm assuming at this same time, first officer I'm assuming again, would have informed the crew, right? And crew at the same time would have informed the passengers, shouting, brace, brace, heads down, grab ankle, heads down, grab ankle. It is a worldwide training. So in this situation, I don't think so. Maybe 5 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes, still a very long time. I'm assuming it should be within 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. This whole thing happened because they just took off and then there was a crash. So in this case, crew was ready. I think captains were also, they made the right call, telling ATC, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. And I'm assuming crew was also ready. They were hoping that it should probably land at a safer place where they would have performed their duties extremely well in this situation. And each crew is actually have the license. After every year, a crew has to have a license so that they're prepared for all the emergencies on board. So all crew on board have the safety license, assuring that they can handle any emergency.
Yeah. And the news that is now coming in, this is not fully corroborated yet, is that the plane is said to have crashed on a medical college hostel. So we hope against hope that there are not any casualties on the ground as well, Neha, because some of the areas where the sort of images are coming out of seem to be populated areas, residential areas. So there's also that concern right now.
Ma'am, I do understand, but imagine captain would have tried his best to land as the safest place. It seems like probably he didn't have a choice. Maybe, as sir said, the aircraft didn't take that lift, and he had no choice to land. And if you can see the videos very clearly, the landing gears were still out.
Yeah.
They were not retracted, they were not inside. So I'm assuming that he was hopefully, he was assuming that he would land at a clear space where he might get a chance to even stop that aircraft. He really tried his best, but we have to just wait what DGCA will come up and tell us the real evaluation, exactly what happened. But I'm 100% sure captains really tried their best to land at a safer place, but it was just very unfortunate where they landed. He had no choice.
Right. Neha, I don't know how long you can stay with us. Stay as long as you can. I want to play out some more images, some more information that we're getting at this time. The initial data from Air India 171 shows that the aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet. This is what Flight Radar 24 is reporting. And as you mentioned, the plane's landing gear was still out. The pilot would have tried his best to try and land or crash land the plane to a safe place. But at the moment, unverified reports are coming in that the plane was crashed in a populated area, possibly over the hostel of a medical college. I'm going to play out for you again a video that captures the moment when this crash took place. Air India Boeing Dreamliner 171 flying from Ahmedabad headed for London. 53 UK nationals on board alongside 169 Indian nationals, 242 people in all alongside the pilots and the cabin crew. And I know the tendency at this moment will be to unfortunately lash out at the pilots, but that, as Group Captain Augustine was reminding us, is not fair. The very act of flying is an act of human defiance. As he said, the skies are not made for humans to fly, they're made for birds to fly. So let's hold our judgment. Let's acknowledge the fact that every day that a pilot goes out to fly a plane, he or she is taking a potential risk with their lives, as is cabin crew that flies with them, people like Neha. I want to play out the video now, if we can, a couple of videos, because we have a whole series of them that capture the moment that this crash took place. Take a look.
पूरे गए अपनी सवारी कितनी चाहिए
अहमदाबाद गाड़ी नगर पोर्ट में प्लेन फटा ये
મારી દો છે આના મારા નથી કરી
You know, we have information slowly coming out also that Air India flight AI 171 initiated its takeoff roll and achieved a positive rate of climb, reaching approximately 600 feet. However, beyond this point, no further flight data is available on flight radar, suggesting by aviation experts a possible loss of ADS-B signal. So basically, I think what we're saying is it's almost like the Mayday signal comes and then everything goes black. The ATC tries to communicate with the cockpit, but is unable to. Can you just explain, like, I think also in your training, you are taught as cabin crew that takeoff and landings are the most critical part of a flight. Not many passengers understand that. Talk a little bit about that, Neha.
Okay, basically, when as a cabin crew, when we've been trained in safety, I need to also inform all our guests. It takes a crew to get trained for 6 months to when they come on board. 3 months approximately, they have to go under a safety training where they each one have to clear a DGCA paper to come on board, and they have to clear vivas, they have to clear written, and when they come on board as this, they have been trained to handle all the emergency situations like a crash landing, a smoke filled situation, aircraft coming into two pieces. We've been trained for a lot of other emergencies as well. So when a captain in this case would have made a call, a mayday, 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 a crew automatically sitting on a jump seat is doing a revision that yes, they are prepared that we're going to get into a crash landing situation. How I'm going to open the door. I also have to make sure that my slides are opening at the same time. I have to make sure when my passengers have deplaned, I'm taking them away from the aircraft, right? If they're injured, how I'm supposed to do first aid, how I'm supposed to, make them together and calm the situations. Trust me, a crew on this flight, they had no idea they will be having such a devastating incident. They were not ready for this, but yes, they would have been prepared to do an evacuation. They would have been ready. At the same time, how to take the passengers away, how do I move passengers away from the aircraft, and taking also, there are ladies on board, there might be children on board. Who do I evacuate first? How do I do my evacuation? Also, at the same time, when we are evacuating, we as a cabin crew also been taught to keep an eye on the other cabin crew. For example, if he's not able to open the door or she's not able to open the door, I have to go and open the door. So I have to make sure the two doors are open so that we have the maximum evacuation from the exits and the doors. So there's a lot going on when a cabin crew hears a mayday call. So how are we evacuating? What are our responsibilities? And we are very positive and we are very strong. We are, yes, there might be one of a cabin crew who can have a cold feet, but the training is as such. We are very ready for situations like this. We are absolutely ready. In my flying time also, we have seen a smoke filled situation where we have evacuated people and there were no emergencies, but yes, there were friction burns, because when a passenger is sliding through slides, they're not used to slide from a slide, so there are friction burns and all. We are ready for it, but at the same time, there are from doctors and emergency team coming from the airport itself, taking care of passengers. But yes, I'm assuring you, crew on board are ready to handle any emergency on board. And they were ready. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Neha. Go ahead, Neha.
So, and in this way, in this situation, I would also like to tell you, if they had even idea that they're going to go for a crash landing, they were doing a silent review. They were ready to even they were ready to do any emergency situation, handle any emergency situation at this time.
My heart really goes out to the pilots, the cabin crew, the passengers, the families of the passengers. This video that you see from Flight Radar 24 actually shows that the aircraft reaches this altitude of a barometric altitude of 625 feet. The airport altitude is about 200 feet. And after that, there is no movement. There is nothing that is captured on flight radar on this plane's movement. So it all happens really, really, really quickly. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh, I, and again, if you have just joined us, it has been it is terrible, terrible news at this point. For me, the irony is, Neha, I'm in New York right now, and I'm scheduled to take an Air India flight in a couple of hours, and I can only imagine the sense of anxiety also for Air India that has to do its job, continue to fly through this moment without being able to pause and even process that their own colleagues may not have, made it out safely. It's a mental,
Yes.
it's a mental sort of battle as well, isn't it?
Ms. Barkha, I also like to inform you one thing. Yes, it's a very unfortunate incident what has happened, but you also need to also understand Air India is one of the best fleets and one of the best captains. I know you're taking a flight, but you are flying right now one of the best captains, one of the best cabin crew, and one of the best aircrafts. It is a machine after all, right?
Yeah.
Incident is it nobody was we were not we didn't envisage to see something like this and at this time, right? But I'm assuring you, yes, there is an anxiety you're going to fly, but also trust the captains who
But
are going to.
I do, but I'm talking also about the anxiety of the pilots and the cabin crew themselves. Like, see, so think of it. Air India will be flying across the world today as it does every day, despite this, because it has to do its job. And I'm thinking, if I'm a pilot who's just lost a friend, maybe, or just lost somebody, who's in my colleague, it is like, and you don't even have time to grieve, you know?
Okay, Miss Barkha, again, is it we do CRM, that's crew resource management training, what we do. Yes,
Yeah,
again, it is a part of this. When we hear something like this is happening, we are also trained to do our job. My
yeah.
job is to fly this aircraft right now. So I cut off all the existing news. My my company wants me to do a awesome job, a fantastic job, which I am going to do perform. We do not get into this news at the moment. We will be doing our job perfectly 10 on 10, and yes, it is going to hit back once I'm going to land back, then I will get
Yeah.
into that phase. But when this is my job, what I'm supposed to do, I will do 10 on 10 with full dedication and conviction. So yes, it is going to play when I am on ground, but when I'm on aircraft, I'm here to perform a duty and I will do my best.
And more power and salutes to everybody who goes out every day, potentially risking their lives to fly planes, the pilots, the cabin crew. Let's take a moment to think about the families on the ground who are waiting, hope against hope, for news to come. We have the sister of one of the passengers, Bhavna Patel, who has issued a statement. There must be many like her across India who are waiting for news. Again, ANA is now confirming that the building that the plane crashed into, despite, as Neha said, the pilot's best efforts to divert the plane to a safe space, is reported to be a medical hostel, a doctor's hostel. So we are awaiting more details from on the ground also as to what may have happened. But let me play out the statement of a sister waiting for news. Her sister was on this plane, and there must be so many families like this. Take a look.
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
Right. So she's, I guess it hasn't really fully processed yet, Neha. Again, if you have just joined us, there's a lot of information coming in, a lot of devastating images. I'm going to try and send some that I'm getting on my phone, even as I'm presenting all these facts to you from friends in the airline, from friends and experts in aviation, in the world of aviation. And I'm just sending these to my producers so we can have these up now. Let's take a look. Let's go through some of the images that we have. It is a day of tragedy for Indian aviation, for international aviation, for families across India, for the aviation fraternity. An Air India plane bound for London's Gatwick airport, taking off from Ahmedabad, has crashed. It crashed, according to the DGCA. Immediately after takeoff, the DGCA also confirms that a mayday call was given by the two pilots who were very experienced pilots. But after that, when the ATC tried to establish contact with the cockpit, they were unable to do so. The 242 passengers on board include 169 Indian nationals and 53 UK citizens, along with a Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals. Remember, summer is a peak time to travel to London, and this plane would have been filled to capacity. There's also tragic news coming in that the plane has crashed over a doctor's hostel outside the perimeter of the airport. Once again, I mean, I'm not an expert, but I've always wondered why there are populated areas near airports. It's something to think about. But yes, as we continue to look at that, let's first take you through some of the key images that are coming of this crash. Take a look.
अहमदाबाद गाड़ी नगर कोर्ट में प्लेन फटा दिए।
Right. Let me bring in reactions now. If our guest could please, I actually am not able to see him at all. Neha, thoughts at this point? I mean, what would be the protocol? Actually, the passenger list, the crew list is available, but I am consciously not sharing it because I feel it's very unfair right now. Before the airline has had a chance to talk to their families, to put out the passenger list. The manifest list should not be out, in my opinion, till it is officially announced by the airline. So we are not sharing that information, even though we have it. Talk a little bit about these reports that are coming in of as you said, the pilot would have tried very hard to divert the plane to the safest possible landing. In the Air Force too, we have seen recently that Air Force pilots have crashed instead of basically landing in a residential area. But this crash has taken place immediately after takeoff, which means that the pilot didn't have any time. It's very important to say that he didn't have any time at all to try and divert his plane to anywhere. He gave a mayday call. The ATC tries to talk to him, and that's it. It's kind of all over in that moment. When you can see the debris of that crash on the ground. Those are rescue workers on ground. But the sense that there was a medical college nearby that possibly took the hit, it again makes me ask a very layperson's question. Why should you have any residential pockets near any airport?
Well, that's something I, I really don't know. If you
Yeah,
see Mumbai Airport is surrounded with a lot of residential buildings. But having said that, if there are, see, I just want to tell you, Captain, when he took off and he was not able to land, trust me, he had no idea where he's landing, at a medical college. But for him, the only view he had at that time to land at the safest place, so that there is less damage to the aircraft, less damage to the passengers on board, and he was expecting it to be a safe landing. There must have something majorly gone wrong, where he had no choice
yeah,
and land only here. Maybe he tried his best to even turn the aircraft and land at a safer place. But looking at the video, you see the landing gears are out, he is just descending slowly. I don't think so he even had a chance to even bank the aircraft right or left. He was just going down and down and down. If you can look at the video, what we have just seen at your channel, uh,
yeah.
I think it was just, he had no choice, but he had to land at the safest place where he could. And as rightly you said, it is just happened within seconds. It was not even, I've been hearing people saying 5 minutes or 3 minutes. It seems like it happened within seconds. So, and your takeoff speed is anyways between 200 to 250 kilometers per hour. And he's not even reached that level. It's like 200 feet above, you know. Uh, I really can't say much. He really didn't even get a chance to even, the landing gears were out. So,
Yeah.
I, if you see, just very unfortunate what has happened. And oh,
What's really chilling, Neha, is that a few seconds can change your life. Like literally, you're saying the pilot did not even have seconds. Like that actually just sends a shiver down the spine, doesn't it?
absolutely, it does. And that's what through this medium, I want to tell each passenger, you need to appreciate when a crew comes and tells you, please wear that seatbelt, please listen to the instruction when they're talking about. Half of the time, people are busy on their WhatsApp, their calls, and everything. These 30 seconds, 30, 40 seconds for takeoff and for landing are the most critical, and they need to be ready for emergency. They need to know anything can happen. After all, it's a machine, right? Anything can go wrong. Anything has, they need to be ready, and they should appreciate when a crew comes and tell them, please wear your seatbelt, please be ready, please listen to the safety instructions what are being given to you. So I think why it is also important, there might be a time a crew is probably incapacitated, and you should know where to exit from. Whenever you come on board, you should know which is the nearest exit to you or a door to you, to once if something happens, where should I run from. There is a
Yeah,
possibility there is a smoke filled situation. At least I should close my eyes and count the rows, that okay, I need to know that I need to the row after 5 rows there is a door, I need to exit from right or left. So imagine the thick situation, like that. There's a thick black smoke, as I can see right now, coming out on your screen, right? I can
yeah,
see it. Imagine that smoke in an aircraft where you can't see anything. The only thing you can do is your feel from the hand. How many rows forward and how many rows back is my door to exit? It is very important for a passenger to know where they're seated, which is the nearest door or exit to him. So
yeah. Neha Lal is a very experienced cabin crew member. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is also joining us. Thank you. It's a very, very tragic day. And I was just saying, I'm in New York, scheduled to take an Air India flight in a couple of hours. But I do want to take Neha's point that Air India has some of the most experienced pilots in the world. And let's just not start like literally dumping on Air India right now. That is not the point. The point is that we need to find out why what happened, how it happened. It happened immediately after takeoff. The DGCA confirms this. We know that the pilots gave a mayday call. The DGCA confirms this as well. And we know that after that, the ATC was not able to establish any communication. And Neha was just pointing out that the cabin crew is trained for these situations, but that the pilot did not even have seconds. There weren't even a few seconds available to the pilot to be able to do something, divert the plane, look for a different place to land. It all, as they say, it all literally went up in smoke in a matter of a few seconds. Abhijit, I know you've been looking at flight radar, at some of the images coming out. Neha was pointing out that the landing gear was still out, right?
Yes.
And I think that's an important detail. We also have details of the barometric altitude, and then after that, flight radar is unable to even plot the movement of the plane. We know that it reached a barometric altitude of 625 feet, and then it's a kind of blank, almost like a black hole. Again, we want to be very responsible, and I really find it exasperating how everybody immediately starts, oh, this is an Air India problem, or this is a pilot problem. We had Group Captain Augustine here saying that please remember that every time a pilot, he or she, gets into a plane, it's an act of human defiance, because human beings are not meant to be flying in the sky. So hearts really going out to everybody right now. Abhijit, your first few thoughts.
So, the Mayday was literally within seconds of it taking off. So there was clearly some kind of a loss of thrust, which is to say engine power or something like that, when they took off. At that point, the video that you can see very clearly shows that there are not only are the wheels not retracted yet, but the flaps are also not deployed. Now, that means clearly the pilot was trying to gain altitude, gain speed, something of that kind happening out there.
Yeah.
Now, we also need to remember Air India pilots are absolutely superlative, as are Air India crews when it comes to safety. The trolley service is the secondary job of the air crew. The first and foremost job of the cabin crew is to evacuate and safety situations and things like that. I think we need to be very, very careful and about what is being said out in public. There are too many conspiracy theories and things like that floating around, which serve nobody's interest right now. They're disrespectful to the people who have died in this. We just need to wait for more and more footage to come out. What we know so far is very clearly this. Within seconds of takeoff, there was a loss of thrust. It may or may not have been announced in the cabin. Within a few hundred meters of takeoff, not only were the flaps straightened out, the wheels were not retracted. There was a gradual decay of the flight path. It did not come down rapidly. It was a decay of the flight path, a gradual decay of the flight path. Very little that could have been done at that point to avoid collision with whatever.
Yeah. Explain this in layperson's terms, Abhijit. You say that there was a sudden loss of thrust clearly after takeoff, not even a few seconds available. And I'm glad you made the point about, I actually think Air India safety standards are amongst the highest in the world. I happen to know quite closely a number of pilots in the airline. My father was not a pilot, but was an Air India official. So it's an airline I've known quite well and quite close. And I think lazy commentary right now about the airline, etc., is really best avoided. But if you were to look at what you were explaining about the sudden loss of thrust, and perhaps look at why the mayday call by the pilots could not be engaged with, by the time the ATC responds to them, tries to establish contact, the plane isn't responding. Under what circumstances could something like that happen?
One is A, if the plane was overloaded, and B, if the plane lost power, which is to say the engines malfunctioned. Now, you see what happens. I'm sorry, I'm going to do my own graphics right now, Barkha. But, when the plane takes off, the moment it clears the runway, it rises quite steeply. It would go to about 5,000 feet or so very, very rapidly. And then it evens off, so to say, catches its breath and then reaches cruise altitude over a period of about half an hour or so, or quicker if it's a business jet. Now, the problem out here that you see is that it's taken off, but the altitude is too low at the distance at where it has gone down. 625 feet from the visuals we're seeing is nothing in terms of it should have already reached a few thousand feet, if nothing else. So 625 feet very clearly, and you can see the way the plane, the altitude itself that you're looking at in that visual is dangerous. It shows there's something wrong that has gone wrong. And then, of course, you see that instead of going up, it slowly starts going down.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying, again, we don't know, but we're prima facie looking at a situation where the aircraft loses power or the engines malfunction. We don't know, but that
don't.
seems to be, and this all happens in a few seconds. And Boeing, Boeing is the manufacturer of the Dreamliner. This is what's called the Dreamliner, the 787. Boeing, Abhijit, again, I don't want to make any sort of lazy armchair commentary, but Boeing has really been under the scanner. Also, this is now an international incident, not only an Indian tragedy. There were 53 British nationals on board. Keir Starmer has issued a statement. I just want to read it out. The scenes emerging of a London-bound plane carrying many British nationals crashing in the Indian city of Ahmedabad are devastating. I am being kept updated as the situation develops, and my thoughts are with the passengers and their families at this deeply distressing time. And I think it's important to say that in a globalized, connected world, on any plane at any time, there are going to be national, citizens of other countries. There are going to be questions for Boeing at this point. Boeing Max has already been in the news for all the wrong reasons. So just if you have a couple of thoughts on that, and then we'll take a look at some of the horrible images that are emerging from the scene of the crash.
So, we need to separate the 787 Dreamliner and its development path from the 737 Max generation, because remember, by the time the 737 Max was being developed, Boeing had new management that was more interested in cost cutting and things like that. This is one of the early production batch 787-800s, which were when the company was still being run by engineers who were very focused on engineering, safety, and things like that. This plane has a spotless safety record. Unlike the 737 Max. So, I realized that Boeing shares have fallen about 9% so far on at the opening of trading today. But I think this is a bit more. Right now, I'm hard pressed to see a design issue with the 7878. This is, I would put it down to loss of power again. We don't know what's going to come out in the investigation. Some design flaws take a long time. They have a long gestation period before they manifest. But these things have largely been covered. One of the first few jetliners that Britain had produced had, because it was metal, had pressure issues and the cabin used to tear up. It took a few months of operation before they found out that problem and grounded the fleet. These days, testing procedures have developed so far that Boeing would have, the FTA would have thrown everything it had at the Boeing 787, and it came out with flying colors. We also need to remember that the 737 Max problems that Boeing has had is because Boeing was allowed to do its own auditing and testing, and they fudged the reports in some of those things. That was never the case for the 787, at least not the batch which Air India bought.
I just got a message from somebody in the industry who can't go on record, saying they're also looking at the possibility of a bird hit. So this is something that is also being looked at. This is actually from someone who's given us this input on background, cannot come on record because is a serving member of the aviation industry. So I just want to pick up this thought. We've seen it happen with the famous Sully landing. If you remember, Captain Sully in the United States of America on the Hudson. Abhijit, any thoughts on that possibility?
So, the thing is, the Jeju Air flight, for example, that was just, I think, a few months back. That was a bird hit, but again, it was a 737-800. Not a 777, not a wide body. All these, all planes, basically, all engines, they go through something called the chicken feed test, where, chickens are literally thrown at the engine. in
Hmm.
rainy conditions. They simulate rain in the testing chamber, and they throw chickens with feathers and everything at dead chickens, just in case it grosses people out, at the engine, to see to it that it survives a bird hit. And they do. So, it's a freak accident when a bird hit actually manages to bring down a plane like this. Uh, I again, we had you seen a bird hit in the visuals we've seen, there should have been some kind of flame out that had been visible. There was
Yeah.
no flame or anything of that kind visible through the entire process.
But just again, I'm going to pick up the point made by this source, um, actually saying yes, but there was no smoke coming out of the engines, and the videos so far that we've seen of the plane crashing don't have smoke from the aircraft. The smoke is from the impact of the crash. It's not actually as the plane is going down.
Exactly.
If we can, by the way, these are images that are coming from the hostel. There's now added tragedy on the ground. This is a doctor's hostel, a medical hostel, awaiting more details. We do know that it's a medical college, which has been hit. I think at the further end, maybe we can zoom in on this shot. Is it possible to zoom in on this shot and show it? Because I can see at the end of the hall, you can actually see where the plane has hit. Nia, do you want to just come in on how you're trained for a possible bird hit? What are the cues? What are the signs? I mean, I know cabin crew would also be trained to, for what to do in these circumstances.
Okay, sometimes what happens when there is a bird hit, generally a captain is the first one to know, right?
Yeah.
And there is some foul smell generally which is supposed to come in the
Hmm.
cabin, right? So, and whenever there's a bird hit, captain is supposed to inform us, and then he is supposed to tell ATC, because his protocol is to land and assess the situation. Is the aircraft even fit to carry on or to land? So I'm assuming there was no bird hit, because as you say, as sir clearly said, when the aircraft was, if you see it's landing, there was no smoke coming out of the engines. So it doesn't seem like there was a bird hit. And yes, even if there's a bird hit and we are going for crash landing, captain's duty is, as one of the protocol is to inform crew, and crew is prepared for emergency landing. So there is a
Yeah.
possibility that we would have open doors with slides open. So
Yeah.
this is what a crew is prepared for.
Can I ask
Open
you
doors
one more
situation.
question about that? The altitude of the plane, and sorry again, I might, some of my questions may not be intelligent, but they're just coming to me in a very common, how a common person might think. Um, the plane was not at a very high altitude, right?
Yes,
At this
it
point,
wasn't.
yeah, at this point, would the crew have even known that there's a mayday signal from
Yes.
the cockpit? Because
See,
if the
sometimes
pilot had just seconds, which is what it seems like right now, I'm not even sure that anybody outside of the cockpit, like it must have just happened in a flash.
absolutely. So now crew, because the amount we fly on an aircraft, we actually know something is going wrong, even if the aircraft is turning a little bit, banking a little bit right or banking a more on the left, we exactly know there's something wrong with the aircraft. Yes, at this time crew would have known, because as soon as you take off and then it's immediately descending, crew gets a vibe that something is definitely not right. And anyways, in that process, crew is mentally prepared to do the emergency procedures at this time. So yes, crew would have felt 100% that there was something wrong, but they wouldn't have prepared for this, that they were landing they were going for a crash landing that severe, this severe.
Yeah.
But anyways, they're prepared for any type of emergency.
When a mayday signal is given from the cockpit, does the pilot, is the SOP to communicate it to the cabin crew, or sometimes is there no time?
Okay, sometimes there is no time. In this situation, I really doubt, but possibility, if commander is giving a mayday call, then the first officer is busy with the cockpit, uh, you know and maybe he would have tried communicating with the crew, at least telling, so that his protocol is to at least shout for brace commands, brace heads down and grab ankles, to make sure if there is a crash landing, there is less injury to passengers on board. So if in this case, if their captain or a first officer got time to inform the crew would have shouted emergency commands, right? And they were prepared for a crash landing like this.
Yeah. Abhijit, I want to take you back to, I'm assuming this is the medical college. All right. These are the images we're getting from the medical college. You can see the big crater in the wall where parts of this plane would have hit and broken through the walls. And again, that leads to the possibility of casualties on the ground. We don't have information about this, so I don't want to speculate. But I mean, imagine a big piece of a plane part coming through where you're just sitting to have lunch. That is effectively what has happened. Before I welcome our guest to the program, Abhijit, I want to just take you back to the flight radar 24 video, if we can. Could we just bring that up? Because you were talking about the thrust having been lost right after takeoff, and why couldn't the ATC engage with this Mayday call? Like, I think that's the part that is not clear. Can we unmute Abhijit?
So Barkha, it's literally seconds. This would have taken, from the looks of it, from what I've been able to measure on Google Maps and the distance of the hostel, this would have happened in 5 seconds. There is no time to engage. In fact, even pilots, uh, they're trained to respond within 4 or 5 seconds. This would have it's crashed even before the response window. So there was literally no time. It's literally taken off and crashed. 625 feet. You reach 625 feet within about 3 seconds of that plane lifting off from the runway. But so I don't think there was much that could have been done in this particular case. There's some evidence of some fast thinking, because they have not retracted the wheels. Was it a mistake, or was it in response to the fact that they expected to land given the loss of thrust? I think they expected to perform some kind of a landing because they'd already given the mayday immediately after takeoff, and the fact that the flaps were not deployed. They were clearly trying to gain speed somehow in order to compensate. Now, we don't know what was going on. It's only when the black box is recovered. Black boxes are usually orange in color. Once that's recovered, that we'll know exactly what the conversations in the cockpit that were happening at that time.
Okay. I want to bring in Group Captain Ajay Alawat, former Indian Air Force officer, to the program, someone who actually flies. Neha Lal is former cabin crew. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is an aviation geek, looking at all of these videos.
I'm also a pilot, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, you're a trained pilot? I didn't know that about you.
I have a private pilot's license. Yeah.
All right. That's good. That's good. I did not know that. Otherwise, I would have contextualized that. So thanks for letting us know. Group Captain, again, Abhijit was just talking about a possible loss of thrust after takeoff. Did the plane lose power? Did the engines malfunction? Because it all happened in a matter of a few seconds. And, we do not actually see any smoke coming out of the plane. Look at that video. There's no smoke visible out of the plane, and suddenly on impact, there's a ball of orange fire, right? And what do you think? Without being speculative, again, we have to wait for the black boxes, Abhijit said, Group Captain. From all your experience of flying, understanding these machines, what do you think has happened here? Because a mayday call was given.
First of all, it's a terrible news with 250 odd people in the aeroplane, and the impact site where young doctors were having their food. Terrible news. We suspect a lot of loss of life. Our heart goes out to the families. We hope and pray we get as many people out alive as it is possible.
Absolutely.
Having said that, I have heard the two speakers before. Everybody agrees at this stage we are speaking from very, very limited knowledge, but we know for a fact, based on the ADS data, that the aircraft had gotten to an altitude about 650 feet barometric, that is about 450 feet above the surface, and when it descended, it was descending with a rate of descent about 475 feet per minute. So the time available to the crew was not in minutes, was in seconds. Fortunately, the crew are trained for such situations. You know, uh, catastrophic failure at V1, etc. They do a lot of training in the simulators.
Mhm.
Having looked at the video, there is one thing that stands out, which Mr. Mitra also mentioned, that the landing gear is down, and it appears, I don't know, I'm not too sure, that the flaps are up. This is a very peculiar configuration. It is possible that the gear was raised as the aircraft started showing positive climb, and the flaps are retracted on some kind of height speed schedule. I don't know what exactly happened, but the configuration as seen in the video is slightly peculiar. We will know more when we get access to the flight data recorder, and we'll know more in terms of what the crew spoke to each other, and we will also know how this configuration change happened. So nothing more I can add at this stage, because anything I say will be speculative, and to be proven wrong on such a case would really be bad.
No, again, I totally appreciate that, and Abhijit was making the point, and I completely agree that it's so easy to be armchair, sit in armchair judgment on pilots, on crew, and not know what it takes to actually fly these machines. How every day is a possible risk that you take with your lives. But group captain, could you please talk about these seconds? I think that is an important point. I'm not asking you to speculate on anything else, but the fact is that we know that the plane crashed or at least part of the plane crashed on a doctor's hostel, medical college. Uh, there was a mayday call, but there was no time. Like, what could lead to that situation that you take off and suddenly something obviously has to fail, like either power or engine? Like, it has to be there is an instant. What we do know, and this is not speculative, we know this from the DGCA, that the crash is immediately after takeoff. This is not speculative, this is the DGCA statement, right? Something has to have failed instantaneously. I don't know what, but something has to have failed instantaneously. Do you have any thoughts on that, sir? That the fact that the what is the SOP in such a situation when you don't even have seconds?
So there are three elements to your question. One is what could have failed to lead to such terrible tragedy. Uh, as part of pilots training, pilots do a lot of rehearsals or training for single engine failure on takeoff at critical speeds. So there is plenty of advice available, plenty of training available. But very rarely you train for dual engine failure this close to takeoff. And even if you train for it, there are not too many options available to you, because the relight will typically take about 20-25 seconds, and you do not have that altitude that you could be in air for those 20-25 seconds. So the options available to crew are very limited, if at all there are any. One of the engines seldom fail that quickly. Like, even if they suffer some damage, they continue to give some thrust more than the idle thrust for some more time. In this particular instance, it seems that both of them failed, and both of them kind of did not give adequate thrust even to stay level, forget climb. So that is one aspect. Second is the first part of your statement when you said, we should avoid speculation. I totally agree with you. Speculating is not cool. And we should all wait for the official version. But at the end of the day, we are all professionals. We have opinions, and if we always wait for the official version, then we'll be like an Orwellian society where the official version is the only version we have.
That's right.
We will have opinions, and it's a mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. So yeah, we will speak about it. Why not? We will probably make conjectures as well. We could be wrong. The only thing we have to be careful is to be respectful and mindful of the hurt sentiments, the immense grief that the families are facing right now.
Oh,
the last
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying on that point, we are not sharing the passenger manifest. I know it's available. I just feel like the families have a right to find out themselves. That's the only thing in terms of information that we have, that I'm holding that back just for it to be released officially. But Group Captain, I completely agree with you. With respect and responsibility and empathy, we can wonder, we can raise legitimate questions. And you're saying that it looks to you like the engines would have both failed on takeoff. Group
I'm
Captain.
sorry, I didn't get that part.
I'm saying, are you saying that most likely for something to happen so quickly, it would point to a dual engine failure?
Yes, the two things. One is, one is the training aspect. You do train for a lot of things, but something your training cannot prepare you for, because there are exactly no options. Like, how do you train for complete loss of thrust and altitude? Actually, there is no other option just to find a clean space ahead and put your aircraft down. So the pilots probably had no options other than what they tried to do. And unfortunately for them, there were just buildings and no clear area.
Yeah, yeah. Abhijit, if you want to come in on that, because also if it is a dual engine failure, it raises serious questions for Boeing. I mean, we're yet to see a statement from Boeing. It will have to come at some point. I'm sure they're weighing the details that they have, because the first thing that people tend to do is to blame the pilot in any crash, and that is the unfortunate burden that an aviation pilot carries on his or her shoulders. But if you want to add to what Group Captain Ajay Havlat has just said, go ahead. Sorry, can we unmute Abhijit, please? Yeah, Abhijit.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
So, two things. First, I just want to add to what the group captain said. When we are doing your pilot's license and things like that, you are trained. Once you're a few thousand feet up, the trainer will actually switch off the engine, and you are trained to recover and things like that. But like he said, it is done a few thousand feet up. Now, remember, these planes are inherently stable bodies that can glide down on a slow path. It's not like when you lose power, you just, drop out of the sky like a bird. They have very stable wing forms. You come down to a glide landing pretty much, unless there's some catastrophe. The problem here is this was too close to the ground, too close to the airport. Uh, it could have even been a balance and load issue. We don't know if the calculations were done. Coming to your specific question about the engine, had it been a double engine failure, we will know very quickly, because modern aircraft have remote diagnostics. Because if something happens to an engine in the air, there are literally crews waiting on the ground, because time in the aviation business is money. There are crews waiting on the ground. They know exactly what's gone wrong with an engine. They're already waiting there to fix it, or to then replace the engine very rapidly, so that the airline doesn't lose its arrival and departure slots. Now, for two engines to fail on a plane is something monumental in this day and age. We've got something called ETOPS, which is enhanced twin engine operations, where even after losing one engine, Barkha, a plane can be 3 hours away from a diversion airbase or landing strip, where it can go on one engine for 3 hours before it finally lands, and it can land on that one engine. So, people don't realize the kind of safety measures that are built into aircraft these days, the kind of stress testing, the kind of disaster testing they go through. So, when things like this happen, it is truly something not in the textbook, not something you've trained for. And usually the reaction time then becomes very, very short. You're muted.
I want to read out to you just a message I got from a pilot friend who can't come on record, and to Group Captain, to Abhijit and Neha. I said, the feeling seems to be that this could be a two-engine failure. And he says, yes, that possibly is the only thing that makes sense. But the only question is, why the thrust rollback? Why are the flaps of the plane not deployed in the videos that we see? He would have been at takeoff flap setting. So I don't fully understand this, but I'm sure all three of you do understand it. So if you want to come in, Abhijit and Group Captain and Neha, that the only question is, why the thrust rollback? Why are the flaps not deployed in the videos that we see? Abhijit?
So basically, the flap is, if this is the wing, the
Yeah.
flap comes down like so. So the speed on top is the wind flow on top is faster, and the wind flow below is slower, and that kind of keeps your nose up at all times. I'm sorry, I don't know if my hand gestures are
Yeah, we can
conveying.
see. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, Now, when you're taking off and landing, these things are very important because they allow the plane to maintain altitude at lower speeds. And then as you become faster and faster, the wing becomes absolutely uniform and plain because you're literally cutting through the air, right? But that happens at altitude. Now, we're not seeing that out here. Why was the entire wing absolutely flat so early on? It wasn't at 5, it wasn't at 15. We again, flight is a set of permutations and combinations. There is no one way of dealing with things. Maybe the pilot was trying to compensate for something that he saw that he believed to be the reason for the loss of thrust. We're not going to know till we get the black box and a proper investigation.
Yeah, Group Captain and Neha, if you want to add to that, Group Captain Ajay, the point, and I'll read it out again because I don't want to get it technically wrong, that as we look at possible engine failure, why the thrust rollback, why are the flaps not deployed in the videos that we're seeing is a very important question according to pilots in the industry.
Well, some people could make out thrust rollback from whatever videos we've seen. I can't, honestly. I cannot decipher that there's an issue of thrust rollback. I can somehow agree to the flap configuration, which seems basically, if you stop the video and zoom a little bit, that flaps are not where they're supposed to be. So what basically flaps do is, for the same wing, they allow you to create additional lift at a higher drag penalty. So drag is not an issue taking out full power. It basically makes your takeoff and landings much easier. You can get away from the ground at much lower speed and similarly come back on the ground at much lower speed. But once airborne, you would like to quickly clean up your wing, as to say, so that your rate of climb improves. However, there is schedule for it. The first thing you raise after getting airborne, as soon as you see positive rate of climb, is your landing gear, because you needed those wheels to kind of accelerate on the runway. You don't need them anymore, and they're big tracks. So first thing you raise as soon as you safely climb away is landing gear. And then based on the weight, speed, schedule, and as per your SOP of the aeroplane type that you're operating, you start taking flaps up in stages. So the question probably is, the thrust is not what it should be and flaps are not where it should be. We will probably know more by same time tomorrow, but definitely the flap position is also something that I am noticing with concern. It is possible that the configuration was not correct. It is also possible that when the captain decided that there is no way he's going away from the ground and he had to land, he changed that configuration as per his game plan. So we don't know anything or everything, at this moment. That's all I have on the subject.
Sure. Neha, if you want to add to that.
No, nothing much as such. As a cabin crew, we do not possess any technical knowledge regarding flaps and thrust. But yes, I think the captains have clearly mentioned with the knowledge, given us a vision that what we are looking at, it is a possibility of a thrust, of flaps, or two engine failure. So yes, this is the only thing I can say at the moment.
And typically, how is cabin crew trained for a possible two-engine failure?
Ma'am, exactly the same. Even it's a two-engine failure or a single engine failure, we are exactly trained the same. When to open the doors, how to open the doors, what exactly I do before opening the door. If my slide does not inflate automatically, so do I direct the passengers or I, inflate my slide manually? We have a lot of other options. So there is a procedure. We all cabin crew, we do a silent review before takeoff and for landing. So in this situation also, as I rightly said before, the crew would have been prepared for any emergency, and emergency only changes provided we are landing into a land or we are landing into water. That's the only, or there is a smoke fill situation. Then there is a possibility. But here, clearly, there was a crash landing, so crew would have been prepared for a crash landing, and they would
But
have been
again, it's a crash landing. You see, what I'm able to understand is the aircraft takes off and the mayday call is almost immediate after that. So I don't think the pilot is preparing for a crash landing. I think the aircraft simply goes down. And that's what it looks like to me. Like, I don't think this is a, I don't know, Abhijit, do you have any thoughts on this?
We don't know. I'm just going to repeat what the group captain said, that there's a very peculiar configuration. It could mean one of so many things, because having that wheel, that the undercarriage down means that you are uh, adding to drag. It doesn't make sense. So, the flaps being where they are and the wheels being down almost seems to cancel each other out in a sense, I would say. Uh, Again, we don't know what the pilot was thinking. Maybe he thought he could land, but we'll never really know. Because sometimes when the decisions have to be made in split seconds, sometimes mistakes could also happen. They normally don't these days, because emergency responses are almost programmed into you. Your emergency response happens like that. So again, there are a lot of things about that video that don't make sense. We'll only know once we've got the cockpit conversations, the record of what was switched on or off, what happened, so on and so forth.
Yeah. We have Wing Commander Bakshi with us as well. Good to see you, sir. It's a day of tragedy. Your first thoughts, Group Captain, Abhijit, Neha, we're all talking about a possible dual engine failure. There's been a theory of a possible bird hit, but as was pointed out, there was no smoke coming out of the plane as it was going down. We know officially, not speculatively, that the crash takes place immediately after takeoff. A mayday call is given from the cockpit, after which ATC is not able to establish any communication. There's a huge ball of orange fire. You can see it on your screen. The plane or parts of the plane crash into a medical college on the ground. Absolutely tragic, heartbreaking day. Heart goes out to the families of the pilots, the cabin crew, and the passengers on board. Wing Commander, your first thoughts, sir.
Yes, Barkha, it's a great tragedy of a modern airliner crashing like that with 244 passengers. You see, Barkha, in aviation, the most serious emergency is immediate engine failure after takeoff. Now the aircraft had already lifted off the ground. His flaps were on the takeoff position. His undercarriage were down. Moment he sees the RPM coming down, he knows there's a serious emergency. He has to land straight away, straight ahead. Pilot cannot do anything after that. He has to give a mayday call and try to put the aircraft straight ahead as best as he can. And that is what he tried to do. But since his height was not much, he tried to put it down. He hit the boundary wall and he must have hit some buildings. Undercarriage were down, flaps were down, but whatever the position of takeoff, flaps were there. But the question is, this emergency, nobody can do anything about it. Yeah. Nothing can be done at that moment. When he gives a mayday call, the ATC starts activating. The ring goes to the crash tenders and the fire tenders standing below. They start still with charging. They know exactly what is happening. The smoke starts rising. Then they just rush towards that. So pilot must have done his level best to put the aircraft down, and that's what he could do. And the cabin crew must have got their drills straight away called on. People must have tightened their belts, etc. Whatever they could do in this few, probably not even a minute. It's probably because as he has lifted off and money is now coming to land. I personally feel it must have been 50 seconds or 35 seconds. That's what he had done. We have to get the FDR and the cockpit voice recorder. Then we can stop conjecturing and we can come to know. And thereafter, everybody is an eyewitness. When they can see aircraft sinking, nobody can do a thing about it. But the question is, when the investigation will start, then they will come to know as to what the condition of the engine was, which part required change, which did not which was not changed, what extension was given to which part. Everything will be known, so that nothing can be hidden. And we must also try to get the conversation between the ATC and the pilot. If we can get that, we can come to know something more. But last column is, in any inquiry, sabotage cannot be ruled out. Even that will have to be checked into. So, Barkha, this is going to be a very serious inquiry. It's not going to be, a simple inquiry. The whole world is watching. It's the Ahmedabad to London flight taking off from an international airport. So, and the people on the ground have been injured or affected. I do not know how many passengers are lost, but it's a tragedy, all right. So everything will come to the fore after the inquiry starts. Until the inquiry is done, we can only conjecture. And let us not indulge in that, because that becomes a very harmful thing. And mind you, the politics also starts playing. The company will now start ringing up. They will not want some information to go out. They will not want this to go out and that to go out. A lot of pressures will come on the government of India. A lot of that thing will happen also. As it happened in the Alliance Air at Patna, it will happen there also. Boeing was in great trouble at that time. So let us see what happens now. So,
can I ask you though? Can I ask you, Wing Commander? You said it would have been 50 seconds, under a minute, in which all of this happened. And one of the things you've said that is very important is that because the aircraft was not at a very high altitude, therefore there is no time to plan a landing. He would have just put it down. Maybe he didn't even put it down. Maybe it just went down himself. Like, we don't know.
Barkha, I'll tell you, we have all had this sort of emergency once in a while, and we all prepare. This is the emergency everybody prepares. That pilot can do nothing because aircraft is not in flyable condition at all. With 150 feet with you and sinking down, there's nothing you can do. You have to put it straight ahead. That is the drill. You cannot, until you have a great height with you, and probably you can make a turn, because every turn you lose tremendous height with no engine. So here it is, you could clearly see it was barely above the treetop level. He's coming down. He had to go straight. And pilot, yes, he can cushion the landing by flaring off a right time. That amount of control he had, he can put it down. If there was no obstruction on the way, probably the aircraft could have been, very little, harm had come to the aircraft. I've seen aircraft intact also landing like this. So there's nothing very serious, nothing very impossible about it. Let us see what comes out of the inquiry.
And you're saying that even sabotage will have to be looked at. I was just saying Boeing has to answer if this is a dual engine failure, Wing Commander.
Oh, well, I do not know whether the other engine had failed or not. Okay. See, when the aircraft is going down, they are supposed to maintain the height on single engine. That is supposed to be there. If it did not, then Boeing has to answer a lot, and Boeing has been answering a lot for a long time. That is why Boeing is losing the race to Airbus everywhere. So let us see what happens now. But I personally feel it is very serious. The investigation, the DGCA must put their foot down and must go through everything. No Boeing influence must be allowed to play out here.
Yeah. If everybody would like to add to this, and then we have some eyewitness accounts from the ground. Group Captain, go ahead, Abhijit, and then Neha. Group Captain.
Okay, there are a couple of things here. There's a code that we use in aviation, which is the altitude above you and the runway behind you is of no use. So in this particular case, the pilot or the crew had just about 450 odd feet between them and this catastrophe, and they had to do the best they could in this situation. They probably did try their best. It's unfortunately that there was not, much they could do. On this question of engine failures after takeoff, I have flown in Air Force, mostly the single engine fighters. And in civil, I am also type rated on Boeing 737, Airbus 320, and Gulfstream G200. So I have a fair bit of experience of how pilots train for this particular situation. In fighters, every time you take off, you assume there will be a flame out. So you are mentally prepared for it. That 1/4 of a second that your brain would have wasted in the shock or the surprise that you take out. You tell yourself every takeoff there could be a failure, so you're more or less ready. Similarly, in civil aviation, there is a lot of training given to pilots in the simulators. Should the engine fail at, before V1, you just abort takeoff, stay on the runway. At V1 or after V1, there are certain set of actions that they take. The civil aeroplanes are designed in a manner that even with full load for that flight, with a single engine, you can climb away safely and come back and land. So, from this event, what we have known so far, one crucial piece of evidence is the Mayday call. That means the pilots at that stage realized all is not well. So we know the pilots realized all is not well. They probably did not have the time to inform the ATC what exactly is wrong, which is fine because brain capacity is limited, and they would probably be engaging that brain capacity in handling the situation to the best of their abilities. The role of cabin crew is very crucial. They are not just to kind of look after the passengers. They perform a very, very crucial safety function. They prepare the passengers when a crash landing is imminent. They also lead and guide shell-shocked, terrified passengers after the landings happen in ensuring an orderly exit. And they are the ones which are the difference between lives saved and lives lost. There is unfortunately not much cabin crew could have done in this because, as seen from the video, the impact itself was very catastrophic. And
yeah, I just want to read out. I just want to read out again. This is from an aviation source who is actually a very senior trainer of pilots, cannot come on record, but says the thrust loss could be due to fuel contamination, which would be sabotage, to Wing Commander Bakshi's point, but also because of wrong entries in FMC for weight versus temperature, multiple bird hits like happened with Captain Sully, EEC malfunction, but unlikely on both engines. These are just inputs that we are getting. I'll read it again. The thrust loss could be also due to fuel contamination, which would be sabotage, wrong entries in FMC for weight versus temperature, multiple bird hits, EEC malfunction, but unlikely on both engines. This is coming from a source who trains pilots, a very experienced trainer. I want reactions. Abhijit, Wing Commander Neha, and Group Captain Ajay. Abhijit?
When it comes to investigations, what happens is a lot of countries have a right to investigate. The manufacturing country has a legal right to send an investigation team. The operating country, which is to say India, has the obvious right to investigate, and where the crash happened. Plus, also, if a certain significant number of passengers have died, the affected country can also operate. Depending on where the investigation goes, Boeing will always have a say in it, whether we like it or not. I draw your attention to the Tenerife air disaster, which was probably the worst air disaster in history, where two Boeing 747s collided. KLM, which was the airline, completely disagreed with the Spanish authorities and Boeing on what the cause was, because both Boeing and the Spanish authorities blamed the KLM pilot. He had not been given a takeoff clearance and he had taken off. And they wrote a completely dissenting report. They were very bitter about it and things like that. I don't now remember that happened in the 70s. We moved on a long way from there. But we need to be very clear. Boeing absolutely will have a say in the investigations.
What does that mean? It will have a say in the investigation. What does that mean?
They will conduct their own investigation. They can't influence the Indian investigation. India will conduct an investigation, but they will also be allowed, as per international law, to conduct their own investigation and arrive at their own conclusions.
I was going to take this to Wing Commander, but Group Captain, if you want to just come in on these a few pointers that I'm getting. Again, these are not official statements. These are estimations coming from somebody who's in aviation, who trains pilots. I'll just read it out again. Fuel contamination would mean sabotage, but it could also be wrong entries in FMC for weight versus temperature, bird hits, EEC malfunction, but that's unlikely on both engines.
So to get airborne safely, there are two essential things: the correct configuration of the aeroplane in terms of the flap setting, etc., and the adequate thrust. So for the temperature, altitude condition, and the load that you're carrying, you need certain minimum amount of thrust. So if those two things are met, the airplane will get airborne safely. The troubling thing in this case is, should something have gone wrong with the engine, we understand, one engine bird ingestion, one engine malfunction, one engine fuel contamination, but for it to happen to both engines simultaneously that close to the ground is far too much of a coincidence. So there has to be something more, because even if birds hit both engines, the engines typically do not wind down in a similar or a simultaneous or synchronized fashion. If fuel contamination is there, it is unlikely that the contamination would affect both the engines at the same time. Unless, and I don't know whether it is possible or not, unless there was no fuel, then probably both of them will flame out nearly simultaneously.
How can there be no fuel? How can there be no fuel, sir?
Sometimes, there can be leaks and things like that. Again, we don't know what has happened here. All the situations you read out seem plausible, either as a standalone or in permutation combination with something else. Could it have been fuel contamination? Sure. Could it have been overloading or balances being off? Sure. Could it have been wrong data entry into the calculations and therefore some error from there? Sure. Could it have been a double bird hit on both engines? Sure. We're not going to know. The only real thing we have right now is that, to quote the group captain, a very peculiar configuration, which I think all of us found very, very strange. It didn't seem to be the configuration of a plane that is in an emergency situation. I mean,
explain
again,
that.
we don't know what
Explain that. Are you
So, for
talking about
example,
this point on the entries in FMC for weight versus temperature?
Could possibly have been that.
Yeah.
Maybe there were wrong entries. Maybe somebody missed a decimal point. We don't know. But the thing is, having your flap straight and having the wheels down, one cancels the other. You make your flap straight to when you don't need lift, when you're flying at great speed, you have your wheels down to reduce drag. Both can't be done at the same time. It's essentially what we saw in that image was an oxymoron. Both shouldn't be there. We don't know what the thought process was. Was it equipment failure? What if the wheels had failed? What if the retraction gear had failed? We don't know. Except that visual it's disturbing.
Yeah. Neha, any thoughts? I mean, I know you don't want to get into the technicals, but
yes, it is a very technical thing to even comment upon. I think all captains have their absolutely perfect perspective for this air crash. There can be engine failure, there might be a bird hit, or there must be, but I think in this, at least as a crew, I would say, I think captain was absolutely in a senses when he made that, he knew something was wrong and he said, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. So at least he was, so see, here comes the training. So he was given that training to even inform ATC that there was something wrong on the aircraft. And trust me, he would have tried his best to land at the safest place. He really tried his best. But as initially captain said, I think we should wait for the DFDR, CVR, and wait till tomorrow and see where this story takes a new turn and exactly what happened.
We're getting some more inputs that fuel contamination can be sabotage. It can also be severe rain. Low-level wind shear is reactive wind. EEC is the electronic engine control, which we've already been talking about. Though everybody is saying that it would be very unlikely for both engines to malfunction in this way together. Abhijit, I have some eyewitness accounts to play out, but if you have any thoughts on, we've all assumed that the fact that it happened, as Wing Commander Bakshi was saying, in less than a minute, in 50 seconds, means both engines would have failed. But now other experts are saying it's very unusual for two engines to fail like this. Right? So if it's unusual for two engines to fail like this, what else can happen so quickly? Fuel contamination means zero fuel, actually, possibly.
Well, fuel contamination, had there been contaminated fuel, there would be other planes that would get affected. Was it some residual cleaning chemicals in the tank? We don't know what the maintenance schedule had been. It could have possibly been some fluids getting into the fuel chamber. We won't know till the actual report comes out. And these things can actually be gauged to a great deal of certainty, because the kind of diagnostics that these modern planes have, they're quite a sight to behold, right? They can actually tell you from remotely if the structure and composition of the fuel had changed and things like that. Again, we have to wait for the investigation, because right now a lot of things simply aren't making any sense at all. Everything that you described is possible. That's all we can say, being responsibly at the moment. My head is floating 100 ideas, but I don't think we should float any of those ideas, because that would just be insulting the people who've lost near India.
Absolutely. Group Captain Ajay Alawat is back with us. Sanjay Lazar, who has been, senior cabin crew with Air India, it's worth noting, has experienced tragedy himself, lost his entire family during the Kanishka air bombing. So if anyone understands what those families on the ground are going through, it is Sanjay. But this, at the moment, we simply don't know, Sanjay, what has happened, except here's what we do know. Let me just list out what we do know. We know from the DGCA that the crash takes place immediately after takeoff. We know from the DGCA that there's a mayday call from the cockpit. We know from the DGCA that after that, the ATC is not able to get a response. We know that this happens in seconds, possibly under a minute. We know that parts of this plane have crashed into a medical college on the ground. Aviation experts that we've been talking to, some are not coming on record because they're serving in the airline or in the industry, Sanjay. They are listing the following possibilities. And I want to just go through the first possibilities. Fuel contamination, which could also be sabotage, cannot be ruled out, which can explain the loss of thrust. Wrong entries in FMC for weight versus temperature, multiple bird hits, EEC malfunction, but unlikely to happen on both engines. These are some of the theories we're getting right now. Again, as Abhijit, Group Captain Ajay have been saying, no idle speculation, which is why I have listed what we know and what is being thought of. Again, heart goes out to the pilots. If I can have the names of the pilots on the banner, they have a lot of experience. The aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal with First Officer Clive Kunder. The DGC has listed the number of flying experience that they had, 8,200, and the co-pilot had 1,100 hours of flying experience. I know you have been in Air India. I'm a Air India family. I know that Air India security protocols are not taken lightly. What do you think has happened here, Sanjay? What sense can you make of it?
Thank you, Barkha. First of all, it's a very sad day for aviation the world over, as well as, in India and in Air India. My condolences to the passengers, the families of the passengers, the crew, and the students in that hostel. I just pray that everything is okay, and prayers for all of Air India. We also know what you did not mention is at 13:39 after the Mayday, Captain Sumit Sabharwal sends an ACAS message. No thrust, losing power. And that shows
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Can you repeat
disclosed.
that? Sanjay, repeat that.
It says the ACAS message clearly said to the ATC and to Air India that no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. Okay, that's what they said.
Yeah.
And that's been repeated, though that's exactly what the visual shows. That, like you say, FMCG maybe weight, but it also gives the possibility of a catastrophic ingestion of birds or stalling of both engines simultaneously because the aircraft glided thereafter and just crashed like a stone. So that's something. And as you rightly pointed out, Captain Sumit Sabharwal had 8,200 hours. The other pilot, Captain Clive, had almost 1,100. So that's almost 10,000 hours between them. So they're not spring chickens, so to speak. The other thing that needs to be taken into consideration is temperature at Ahmedabad, the runway length, the speed. 175 knots is what flight radar shows us. So we don't really know what went wrong. We know that prior to a long haul flight, obviously, the ground engineer and the pilots have done their mandatory checks. Air India is very, very tough on its flight safety and its engineering record. So I have no doubts about their record there. This is obviously something that came out of left field. Remember, we have more than 1,200 787s flying the world. This is the first major disaster of a 787. And it will be watched very closely, investigated thoroughly. And, all I can hope for and pray is, that there are many survivors looking at that fireball and the aircraft breaking up on top of a hostel. I just fear the worst. That's what I say.
Yeah, I want you to talk before I get... Abhijit, you had a question. This message, this is new information for me at least, that Sumit was able to send a message saying no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. But DGCA's statement said that they were not able to establish any contact with Captain Sumit.
That is later. This has come at the time of the Mayday call, and I think the minister has just they've mentioned this in Air India as well, has confirmed this in the last few minutes, Barkha, in the last 10 minutes or so, that these two messages were clearly relayed on ACA's system by the PIC. So obviously something had gone wrong in the 6 minutes that they were airborne, that they'd taken off, and that's one of the reasons why the reason why the engine sort of failed or they collapsed. That's all I can say.
Actually, have something concrete to talk about, Sanjay. Now, sorry, Abhijit, you wanted to come in, and then I want Sanjay and Group Captain Ajay to elaborate on this. Abhijit? I can't hear Abhijit. Yeah, now you're back. Yeah.
A friend just messaged me a very important point. Had there been a bird hit to any of the engines, you would have seen the rudders move to compensate for, the directional loss in one way or another. We're not even seeing that happen. So that's another, because there are a lot of things about that video, like I said, that are not making sense. And this is one more thing that doesn't make sense. Just wanted to add that there in between Sanjay's intervention.
Okay. Group Captain, on Captain Sumit sending this message, no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. So we now know. It's a piece of concrete information that we can talk about. What are your thoughts, Group Captain Ajay?
So we have two inputs now. One is the Mayday call, and the other is a cast message. See, and everything happened in less than a minute. So it is very clear that the crew was acutely aware of what is happening to their aeroplane. It is not that they must have been shocked, yes, but they knew what is happening. So that tells us that they were situationally aware, and they also knew that the options available are very, very limited, if any. That's all I would like to say.
But
about.
I have a slightly unintelligent question. If this ACAR's communication was able to take place, Sanjay, why is the ATC saying that the moment the Mayday came, the ATC couldn't communicate with the cockpit at all? That's what the DGC statement is saying.
There is a gap. Barkha,
there is a gap.
There is a gap.
Initial reactions can be misleading. What happens when it's communicating with the air traffic control? There's a controller sitting with some kind of microphone and device in front. So this happens like live. ACARs are recorded at slightly different place. So you'll have to move away from your workstation and kind of look at the ACARs message. So it is possible that these are the initial reactions. We will know more as time passes by, as more inputs are collected. I don't think so. The bottom line is the crew gave a Mayday call and the crew sent the message. That means they are aware that we do not have adequate thrust to fly away safely. That is the important part.
Right. Sanjay, you wanting to add to that?
Hello.
Sanjeev, can you hear me, Sanjeev? Okay. Abhijit, do you want to add to this ACAR's message, and then I want to play out some eyewitness accounts?
Like I said, my initial theory was a loss of thrust. That was, for me, the only thing that would explain the peculiarities of the situation. The question, of course, is why was there loss of thrust? Losing power, losing power is a very, very loaded term. It clearly means the takeoff happened with full power. What led in those crucial few seconds between the takeoff and the visuals to the loss of power? Like the group captain said, like the wing commander said, like Sanjay said, uh, planes, even with one engine being struck, can take off. This kind of a catastrophic loss of power is almost unheard of in modern aviation, Barkha. So it's right now. I have more questions than I have answers right now.
Yeah. I want to play out some eyewitnesses. Now, of course, these are not aviation experts. They're just describing what they saw on the ground. Also, we have the tragedy on the ground, a medical college, students, doctors, who, there is fear of casualties there as well. But let's start with the eyewitnesses.
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम, हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
सर, ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पूना जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लगा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है नहीं बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से? कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे। जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे, आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर।
Abhijit, let's bring you in at this point. We are also awaiting a final assessment of casualties and hoping against hope that rescue missions are able to save some lives. But there's also been a casualty or fear of casualty on the ground. a medical college taking that hit. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation says that flight operations have actually resumed at Ahmedabad Airport. I don't know where Abhijit went, but I can see Group Captain Ajay there now, sir. There, both of you are there. Let's bring you in, Abhijit, and then Group Captain. This medical college, and everybody is saying, oh, the pilot would have had, wing commander was saying he had no option but to land, but he was at a low altitude, so he would have crashed into something. I am saying if it all happened so quickly, I don't think he could choose anything. I think it was just out of his hands.
Absolutely. Look, he had to do what he could at that given situation. The message that Sanjay Lazar had told us about means that he would have had literally nothing to do. He had no room even to maneuver out of the way so that he wouldn't hit a building like that. He just had to make the best of it. I mean, what can you say? You're flying at 175 knots. I don't think people even know how fast that is in ground speed terms. 5-star safety ratings, for cars don't resist that kind of a crash. It's fairly safe to say there won't be any survivors on board here. At that speed, that kind of fuel explosion. Remember, it was taking off. It was very, very, very heavy on fuel, Barkha. And from the size of that explosion, everything is exploded. There are some ghastly videos right now of bystanders being charred. I really don't want to, even think about what happened inside that hostel.
Yeah. Can we just play out the video of that hostel with the sound? Just imagine these are kids really sitting down for lunch, and a big. It's like the worst movie that that you think can never be your life. That a big part of a flaming plane comes through your wall. Can I just play out this video and then come back to our guests? Just difficult to even contemplate this. We also have statements coming from the government. Remember, UK Prime Minister has given a statement. This does involve other countries. There were 53 UK nationals, 7 Portuguese national, 1 Canadian national. Let me play out the bite of Randhir Jaiswal speaking on behalf of the government.
Okay. So, Ayushi, first, your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who've lost their loved ones.
I mean, what does one even say at this point? I want to talk a little bit about Boeing, Abhijit, and Group Captain. Again, it's speculative because we're looking at the range from fuel contamination to bird hits to engine failure to some wrong entries. Maybe we literally don't know. These are the 4 or 5 possibilities that have been listed by aviation experts. Group Captain, I just keep thinking, I mean, it could be, it's like 50 seconds that can change your life. 1 minute that can change your life. Ajay?
That's true. I would make my final comment, then I'll jump out, take care of something else. You can't really fight fate. The crew at least knew that they don't have thrust, and you can't fight gravity without thrust. They knew they're going down. but the children, enjoying their lunch on a working day, probably chatting and sharing stories about what happened in the calls. Death came from above. They had no time. They didn't even know what is wrong. So very, very tragic. Uh, Three of us in this panel right now, we have the luxury of being wrong. If we make some assessment which is not correct, we are making good faith assessment here, trying to figure out what went wrong. If we are wrong, we can be, corrected tomorrow. But those kids, those crew, those passengers, they are not coming back. Uh, that's my final word here. Let's all spare a thought for those grieving, and we really, really hope against hope that there are some survivors, as many as possible. And I really hope the doctors do their magic and save as many lives as possible. And with that, I would really like to take leave. Maybe catch you some other time.
Yeah, thanks, Group Captain, for your comments. I want to just play out. Abhijit, stay with us as long as you can. For anybody who's just joining us, it's been a terrible, grim, tragic day for Indian aviation, for international aviation. An Air India plane bound for London has crashed immediately after takeoff. The pilot from the cockpit did send a mayday message, but experts say that less than a minute changed it all. You can see that ball of orange fire as the plane exploded on impact of landing. That is what is important to say. We see, we are not seeing clouds of smoke coming out of the engines, etc., as the plane is in the air. But as the plane crashes, you do see that ball of orange fire. On the ground, the plane crashed into a medical college where young people were just having lunch. There is fear of casualties on the ground. NDTV at this point is reporting that 5 students are feared dead. We do know what the pilot's last message was. Apart from a mayday message, his ACARS message spoke of no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. Now, Abhijit, can you explain for people who do not understand aviation what this message actually means?
Okay, so basically, if this is a flight, lift is going up, thrust is going forward, drag it is what keeps you back. So, in order to lift, thrust has to be applied on an aerodynamic surface, which then moves like so. So basically, what he seems to be indicating was that because he was losing power, he wasn't able to gain altitude, which is very consistent with, in this particular visual, if you notice behind the wings, normally the wing during takeoff should be like this. And what that does is it speeds up the airflow. Well, the airflow here stays normal, but the air takes a longer time below, and that makes the plane move up like this. There is significant drag. Drag is the forces pushing the plane back. Now, if he was losing thrust, this makes perfect sense for him to keep his flaps absolutely straight because he was trying to gain speed. But then what doesn't make sense is, why are the wheels down? Because the wheels add so much drag and they're not helping you gain speed. They're slowing you down. So again, we don't know what happened. There is too much in this video that is contradicting even this message that Captain Sumit sent on the ACARS.
Okay, what is the contradiction? Let's explain. Let's try and understand that. Look, it's quite obvious that somewhere he's losing power, because if he had power, he would have lifted the plane to a higher altitude and tried a different landing, right?
Yes.
He would have actually tried an emergency landing. So I'm no expert, but I think it's quite clear that he didn't have enough power.
He didn't have power to do a turnaround. He didn't even have power, as you can see, to maneuver away from the buildings. There have been cases where even in fatal crashes, pilots have been able to maneuver away to at least save people on the ground. Here, that was clearly not possible. Now, in order to be able to gain height, you have to have speed. If you lose power, so imagine if you're driving, for example, and your engine blows out, your car engine, you're going to come to a fairly smooth stop depending on the speed, because the car will slowly deaccelerate, right? The problem in the air is, when you deaccelerate, you fall out of the air. Now, in order to avoid that, the tires should have been up. Right now, the tires down here, they should have been up like so. But again, precisely because the captain might have been anticipating a crash, he had to try to make the best of a situation. There is no landing gear that is going to retract almost instantaneously or deploy instantaneously. I think we've all been on planes, so the moment the captain says, cabin crew brace for landing, and you hear the noise of those wheels come down, Barkha. It takes about 10-15 seconds for those wheels. You hear the blip and then the shh, and then you hear the click in place that happens. There was no time for that. This is clearly a extraordinary emergency where there are contradictions you see in the response in that particular visual.
Yeah. Let me, sorry, I'm just getting inputs in real time. So I was looking at those while listening to you. I want to play out for anybody who's probably, it's a little after 5 p.m. in India, close to 8 a.m. in the United States, where I am right now, scheduled to take a flight back home on Air India in a couple of hours. And my heart just goes out to what everybody who's flying through all of this is feeling right now, having lost their colleagues, their friends possibly, in this crash, hoping against hope, really, that there are lives saved from this crash. 242 passengers on board, experienced pilots who gave a mayday message. Let's take a look at some of the devastating videos of this crash.
की इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़ जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति। अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा? आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया। यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए, कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय? लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है, जो रहते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंगों में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100%
शॉर्ट सर्किट हो गया, पड़ी जाएगा, मरी जाए, नीचे आओ, शो करना मिल जाए। जो उसने मारवाना है हमारे वीर से सही ने शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ नहीं सर। हाँ, शॉर्ट सर्किट में से ये सीएनजी गैस बाटला पड़ा, गैस लाइन भी है, गैस लाइन भी है नीचे।
If you have just joined us, it is a grim and a tragic day for aviation, for our country. 242 people on board Air India flight that took off from Ahmedabad and was headed to Gatwick in London has crashed. The images that you are seeing are of that crash that the DGCA is confirming took place immediately after takeoff. We are awaiting confirmed and verified information, but let me take you through things that we do know at this point. If we could ask one of the producers to rotate the banners, that would be absolutely wonderful, so we can keep our audience up to speed with what we know so far. Let's go to the relevant details. This is, of course, a statement by the MEA. But let's go to the relevant details of the crash. Let's look at the big picture. How many people were on board? We know that 232 passengers and 12 crew members are on board. We know that the plane had 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, 7 Portuguese nationals. We know from the DGCA that the plane crashed immediately after takeoff. We know that there was a Mayday, that's the SOS call that is given by those in crisis. The Mayday call was given by pilots to the air traffic control tower. This is in the DGCA statement. We know that there was also an ACARS message from Captain Sumit, if we can bring that message up. In that message, Captain Sumit on his ACARS message says, "No thrust, losing power, unable to lift." Now, these are the facts. Everything else is only speculative and an estimation at this point, but these are the facts. What we also know is that there was very little time available to the captains of Air India 171 flying from Ahmedabad to London to divert the plane anywhere else. The aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet, according to flight radar. Now, because this is not a very high altitude, you've seen aviation experts actually explain to us one after the other that the pilot did not have time and he clearly did not have power to elevate the plane higher and perhaps plan an emergency landing. His message is clearly saying no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. And because the plane is not at a very high altitude, it's at a low altitude, when it comes down, when it crashes, it actually hits a medical college on the ground where students are just gathering to have lunch. And we are getting reports that we haven't been able to independently corroborate yet that 5 medical students have also been killed from the impact of this crash on the ground. We have a number of eyewitness accounts from the ground, a number of distraught relatives. Our heart goes out to them at this moment. Experts that we've been talking to list the following possibilities for what could have happened. Now, remember, what is this aircraft? This aircraft is what is called the Dreamliner. It's a 787 Boeing-made aircraft, and Boeing is going to have a lot to answer for. Boeing, because of all the incidents with its 737 MAX aircraft, has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. This is the first, the best I know, it is the first aviation crash involving a 787. So it's something that directly goes to also questions around, Boeing, especially if there was an engine failure. Here are some of the possibilities that are being considered by aviation experts. What could have happened? We are told at this point that fuel contamination is something that needs to be looked at. If we can have some of those possibilities on the screen now, I have listed them. Why was there a thrust loss? We know that there was a thrust loss. Captain Sumit is saying in his last message, his last recorded message, that he doesn't have power and he's losing thrust. Now, what could have caused this thrust loss? Aviation experts are saying to us that fuel contamination could be because of sabotage, but also because of severe rain. So basically what it means in simple terms is that suddenly the aircraft either doesn't have fuel or it has contaminated fuel, so it's not able to lift, it's not able to rise. We're also being told that multiple bird hits are a possibility. We all remember that famous incident where Captain Sully was able to land safely his plane on the Hudson River after taking a bird hit. In this case, the pilot did not have time to even try an emergency landing or save the passengers and himself. Experts are saying it was all over in less than a minute, perhaps 40 to 50 seconds. There is also the possibility that some entries, what are called FMC entries, if we can have that banner up, that perhaps, no, that's about the engine malfunction. If we can have the entries that were made, I'll come to the engine malfunction in just a moment. If we can have the correct banner up, please. All right, let me find it, since I guess our team is not able to find it. But basically, we are told that some of the entries on weight specifications could have been entered incorrectly. I'm not sure if somebody has deleted. Yeah, there it is. There could also be wrong entries in FMC for weight versus temperature. So that is also something that could have happened. And finally, the malfunction of the engines, because that is one of the other reasons that everything happens in a matter of seconds. It's not even a matter of minutes. It's a matter of seconds. The plane takes off. There's no smoke coming out of its, coming out of its engines while it's in the air, and then it crashes and it becomes a ball of fire. The engine malfunction cannot be ruled out, but experts are saying that it's highly unlikely for this to happen to both engines. So this is what we know at this moment. And we know that condolences have come in from the president, from the prime minister, from the home minister. We are also told that, this is now something that the United Kingdom is having to monitor very closely. Keir Starmer, the UK prime minister, has issued a statement. The scenes emerging of a London-bound plane carrying many British nationals, we know that there are 53 of them, crashing in the Indian city of Ahmedabad, are devastating. He says he's closely monitoring the situation. We also know that there are other nationalities involved, 7 from Portugal, 1 from Canada. The bulk of passengers on board are Indian. We told many of these were families going for graduation ceremonies of their children in the United Kingdom. It's also summertime. It's a time when many families do travel to London. And it's just heartbreaking to think of what has gone down here and why. And once again, it's easy right now to dump on Air India, to dump on the pilots, to sit in our chairs and say, oh, pilot error. Please remember, as experts have pointed out day after day, 1, Air India has amongst the best security standards in the world. And 2, every day, those who fly our planes are risking their lives, men and women. And let's acknowledge that no pilot actually wants to be careless because he's taking himself or herself down with the plane. So let's wait for some of these details to emerge. And let me take you through some of the key videos that are now emerging from the crash site. Take a look.
शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ नहीं सर शॉर्ट सर्किट में से ये सीएनजी गैस स्टार्ट बाटला पड़ा गैस लाइन भी है गैस लाइन भी नीचे
क्या कर सामे છે
मेरी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा क्या? किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला क्या? किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते हैं इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए।
फ्लाइट में
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक
कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है? मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जब बोर्डिंग हुआ था मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ये एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे जो भी उनके।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
की मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है थोड़ा, उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा, अभी चलेगा।
अजय इधर अजय, क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना।
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत? कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से।
नहीं, वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा, क्या किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन, वो वहाँ जा रहे थे। भांजी ने फोन किया, मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला, क्या किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते हैं इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम
अरे तो यार क्या कर सामे છે?
लोगों के इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची, उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए, कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय बता?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है, रहते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंगों में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा।
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
Right. It's an extremely tragic incident.
Could I just give an update, please? Could you add me?
Yes.
Could I be added? I have some updates that yeah. Hi Zafar, before I hand over to you, as you know, I'm in New York and I have to actually leave for the airport to take an Air India flight back home. We do know that the Air India CEO, Mr. Campbell Wilson, is on board a Delhi-Paris flight returning midway. He's headed to Ahmedabad. The airline is in mourning. Everything else at Air India has been cancelled. Journalists are pointing out that an emergency room had been built in the new headquarters of Air India in Gurugram on the outskirts of the capital. But as somebody said, they can't believe that it would need activation so soon. Heart goes out to those who have to conduct business as usual. Remember that there is an entire fleet of pilots that still has to fly planes as if they have not lost, their friends and their comrades. And the worst news that we are getting at this moment, reports are suggesting that there are no survivors. This is the report that we are getting, that there are no survivors on this plane. This is not independently corroborated by us, but these are as of now. But these are the reports that we are getting. I just want to update that. No survivors. So it is one of the darkest days in aviation history. It's a day of mourning for the country. 242 passengers, including pilots and crew, on board Air India 171, headed to London from Ahmedabad in summertime, when families were going to meet their relatives or just for a holiday. They were citizens from other countries, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals, 1 Canadian. And because the plane was unable to gain height, that is the last message from the pilot, that he doesn't have power to lift the plane. The plane, it all ended in a matter of seconds, under a minute. And there are many theories being considered at the moment for this. The possibility of fuel contamination, which could include the possibility of sabotage, the possibility of engine failure, though experts are saying for 2 engines to fail is very, very unusual. The possibility of the pilot of some incorrect entry. It's called an FMC. It's called an FMC entry for weight versus temperature, and you have to enter that. Could that have been wrong? Also, the possibility of multiple bird hits. These are the possibilities that are being looked at right now. What is important to note is that the pilot did give a mayday message, and that mayday message, the ATC, when they tried to engage with the pilot, there was no response. There was also an ACARS message. And there are some who are saying there was a loud bang that was heard. It was a possible compressor stall. So these are the theories that are now being looked at. But in the ACARS message, Captain Sumit says, no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. Now, what does this actually mean? What it means is that, look, planes have landed even on single engines. Planes have landed with failed engines, provided they can cruise. In this situation, what was happening was the plane was unable to gain height because it didn't have power. And the reason that it had no thrust to be able to lift itself is either because of contaminated fuel, engine failure, or something else that we don't know about right now, right?
Right.
It reaches an altitude of only 625 feet. But when it's in the air, you see no smoke coming out of its engines. So, you don't know what's happened. It becomes an orange ball of fire as it lands on the ground, hitting, by the way, a medical college where students are gathering just to eat lunch. The terrible update that we have at this time is that reports are suggesting that there are no survivors on the Air India plane crash. And I cannot even think of what this means for the families on the ground right now. We have withheld the passenger manifest, even though we have it, because we feel that those names must be released by the airline. The CEO is on his way back to India from Paris. Heart goes out to Air India's extended family that are going to have to fly planes today like nothing has happened. And to the relatives of those on board. And please, as I hand over to you to take my own flight back home, 50 seconds can change your world as you know it. That is all that it takes. But as Group Captain Augustine said today, before everybody starts shitting on pilots and shitting on Air India, he said to fly in the air is what birds do. Every time a human being flies in the air, it is an act of science and resilience against nature. And every day is a possible risk. So I will reconnect as soon as I'm at the airport, maybe on the way from the airport. We will keep the coverage going on Mojo Story. We will bring you eyewitness accounts, family testimonies, aviation experts, and I will join you again as soon as I can, Zafar. For now, it's over to you with the very grim news that reports are suggesting no survivors. Associated Press is reporting that. Associated Press reporting, I have not been able to independently corroborate this, but AP is reporting no survivors on board AI 171 from Ahmedabad bound for London. Zafar, it's over to you.
Absolutely. There are many media organizations now who are reporting that there are no survivors on that flight. Of course, as you were saying, that we have the details of the people who were on the flight, but it is for the airlines to convey to the families first, and then perhaps at a later stage we can go into those details. But essentially, the first response was that of rescue. The rescue mission had to be started when this incident took place. The rescue mission had to begin, and that's precisely the reason that all the fire tenders were moved in that direction. There were some people who were injured and taken to the hospital. Perhaps they were the bystanders at that place. It happened just outside the airport, the Ahmedabad airport, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport. Moments after this aircraft took off, it was a London-bound flight from Ahmedabad, and unfortunately, it just crashed, and there are no survivors on that airplane. That is being reported now, that all those people who had boarded that flight, none of them has survived. And this is the photo that you see on your screen. This is the last seen photo of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani, who is now reportedly declared dead. Former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani has confirmed this is the last photo of former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani, who is now reportedly declared dead in that Air India A171 plane crash in Gujarat's Ahmedabad. So these are the breaking news details that we are giving to you. An extremely unfortunate incident on that Air India flight that was on its way to London, to Gatwick, but it suffered a major accident, a crash, moments after it took off. And all those people who were on that flight have now been reportedly died. We're getting lots of message that the Prime Minister Modi has posted a message on the social media. Prime Minister of UK have done that, and we have been playing all of those. But this is the place where that crash has happened. It's a medical college hostel, and that aircraft just crashed into that building where there were students who were eating their lunch at that point in time when that aircraft hit that building. And of course, there are reports that some medical students have also died in that hit when that aircraft took the hit. So you can see on your screen, that's the medical college building which took the hit when the aircraft just collided with it, and there were medical students there who were eating their lunch, and some of them unfortunately have perished according to reports in that hit. Now there are fire tenders also there who are trying to douse the flames, trying to clear that area, but of course it's caused damage and destruction there also. The Captain Sumit ACARS message, no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. Now that was the message that was put out. No thrust, losing power, unable to lift. That is the clear message. Now what is the reason? Why did the engines fail? There are two engines. If one failed, why did the second one also fail? Now on that screen, you can see that flight really taking off, and moments later a ball of fire in the air. That's the time when that crash happened, and that flight just caught fire before hitting the ground. This is the flight. Moments later, it caught fire, it crashed, and all those people in that flight, 242 people who were on their way to London, are have died. Now we can again play those visuals of the college that took the hit when that aeroplane just struck the college. The pilot was trying to maneuver, but of course you can see there are residential buildings in that area. It's just outside the airport. It happened in just a few moments. That the crash happened. You can see on those visuals that happened just moments after the flight took off. The aeroplane caught fire, and this is the photo of that the nose of that aeroplane on that building. Now NDTV is reporting that 5 medical students have died and many have suffered injuries. Let us in fact try and play those visuals with up sound.
शॉर्ट सर्किट हो गया पड़ी जाएगा मरी जाए नीचे आओ शू मैं मिल जाए लो उसने मारवाना है हमारे वीर के सही ने शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ नीचे शॉर्ट सर्किट में से ये सीएनजी गैस स्टार्ट बाटला पड़ा गैस लाइन भी है गैस लाइन भी है नीचे
Okay, right. You saw that. Now there are relatives outside the hospital and some eyewitnesses as well. Let's play those videos and see what they had to say.
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा क्या? किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला क्या? किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते हैं इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए।
फ्लाइट में जा
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर।
अरे तो यार क्या कर सामे છે एक मिनट जवा दे।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
सर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
की इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज, जोर से आवाज आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुबारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा? कुछ समय
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ। है जो पार्किंग है, वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है। रहते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंगों में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा।
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
की इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज, जोर से आवाज आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुबारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा? कुछ समय
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ। है जो पार्किंग है, वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है। रहते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंगों में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा।
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
की इंडस्ट्री में
कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पूना जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे थे? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग, झाड़ी वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं, फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। वो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे, जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे। आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट, नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा, हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना।
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत? कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है, रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती फिर भी?
वो तो प्लान में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है थोड़ा, उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए। क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना।
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत? कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है, रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती फिर भी?
वो तो प्लान में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है थोड़ा, उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए।
Right. So you heard there the eyewitnesses, the people there saying what exactly happened. Extremely tragic news. These are images of grief and devastation in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. You can see on that screen. Now, this is the aftermath of that crash. This is a part of that flight that crashed in Ahmedabad, and it crashed into a medical college building where students were present, and a few students reportedly died after that crash happened and that flight hit that building. But it's a terrible crash, and now there are reports which say that there are no survivors. There were 242 people boarded that flight, and it was a flight that had taken off from Ahmedabad, from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport, and it was going to Gatwick Airport in London. And after takeoff, less than a minute after takeoff, the crash happened, and it is a big tragedy that has unfolded in Gujarat. The airport was, all roads leading to the airport were were blocked. After that, there was a movement was suspended, but now the airport is operational. We're told that the flights are moving in that airport. Of course, the entire focus was on the rescue operation to begin with, to see that if people can be moved to the hospital. In fact, we had those visuals of some people who were moved to the hospital. Maybe they are the ones who were there on the ground at that time when the crash happened. And now the airport activity has resumed. Remember, there are so many flights that operate from that airport, and of course, after a halt for a few hours, the flight operations have resumed at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport in Ahmedabad. Now the focus clearly remains uh, on the rescue operation, which is still undergoing. Of course, at a later stage, there will be the inquiry has already been ordered, and there will be a proper investigation done that what led to this crash. There are multiple theories that are making rounds. One, that the engines got seized instantly. There are two engines on that flight, and both the engines seem to have stopped working. Of course, the second theory is that there were a massive bird hit to the aircraft that led to its crash. There is another theory, of course, that's of contaminated fuel. All of that will be looked into. The fact is that a message did come out of the airport, of the aircraft, that there was no thrust, no power. That's the message that the pilot had put out. Now, Ahmedabad Commissioner G.S. Malik has told news agency Associated Press that it appears there are no survivors in the plane crash. Now, that is very important. That's very significant, that there are no survivors. It was a very, very bad crash. We saw from those visuals, the moment the flight took off, suddenly it caught fire and it turned into a ball of fire, and it crashed down. At this moment, I'm also joined by my colleague Harshit Sharma, who has been following this story right from the time it happened. Harshit, we have been tracking this unfortunate story, this tragedy in Ahmedabad, and now there are clear reports that there are no survivors on that plane. All of them have reportedly, unfortunately, died after that crash.
Yes, Zafar, a very unfortunate and tragic evening indeed. None of the passengers on that plane have unfortunately survived, and this was something which we, while reporting this story for the last 2 hours, were anticipating, because the kind of visuals which were coming in from Ahmedabad, the plane crashing and the kind of blast we also in our visuals, and this visual particularly, the plane hitting the BG Medical College hostel. It was to an extent anticipated that there are very large chances of any survival or any passenger surviving this sort of a tragic crash, which is one of a rarest incident in India's aviation history. This visual on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the visual of the plane hitting the mess of the BG Medical College in Ahmedabad. And at this particular time, when the plane hit the mess, this particular wall, it is also reportedly being told that the students and the interns of BG Medical College were present in the mess, and we fear that there can be injuries among the students of the BG Medical Colleges as well. Although there is no official confirmation on the casualties or any casualty from the medical college, and we wish that there are no more casualties. But as of now, the Associated Press has reported that no passenger has managed to survive this tragic incident. This indeed is very surprising and shocking. Multiple reactions across the country are coming in. The Prime Minister himself has tweeted and mentioned that he's surprised, he's shocked indeed, and only prayers coming in for those who are the family members of those 242 passengers on the plane. And out of 242, 10 were the crew members who were there on the plane. Unfortunately, they could also not survive, is what we are being informed. Two pilots who were trained enough with significant number of flying hours, 8200 flying hours with the main pilot, and the co-pilot also had an experience of 1100 flying hours. So this now will be a matter of a deep investigation, Zafar, that what actually led to this crash, because this particular plane, this category of plane is considered to be one of the most safe planes designed in the aviation industry, and such a crash is not usually observed. Whether both the engines failed at the same time or was there some sort of a sabotage, all these things will be investigated. But right now, the larger topic of concern is for the families of 242 people who were there on the plane, who could not manage to survive this tragic crash. Also, what is important is the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Vijay Rupani, who was also there on the plane. His last picture from the plane is now viral on the internet, where a passenger is seen clicking a selfie with Mr. Rupani, and Mr. Rupani's boarding pass is also now circulating on the internet, which confirms that he was there on this flight. But now, since all the passengers, all 242 passengers on this plane are being reported dead, it can be prima facie considered that unfortunately Mr. Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, is also not among us. This is a very unfortunate evening, Zafar, for our audiences who have just joined us. I would like to mention again that today in the afternoon at around 2:30, this news came up from Ahmedabad that this flight, which was bound to London, which took off from the Ahmedabad International Airport, as soon as it took off, due to some technical error, which is not has been reported by the DGCA, that what precisely was the reason for this crash, is actually crashed. And just look at this image on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This image particularly Zafar, would you like to
These are two British nationals, founders of Wellness Foundry. They've shared an image, a visual, just before boarding the plane. They're a married gay couple, and that is the last photo that they shared. So we're getting these details of the people who were on that flight. Unfortunately, that was crashed moments after it took off, and now there are reports that there are no survivors on that flight. The most shocking and tragic incident in the aviation history that has happened in India. It was a flight, an Air India flight that took off from Ahmedabad, and it was going to Gatwick in London. Now remember, there are multiple flights that go to London on a given day. There are flights that operate from Delhi to Heathrow, but also flights that operate that land at Gatwick. And particularly, there are flights that go from Amritsar to Gatwick and Ahmedabad to Gatwick. This is one of those flights that was on its way to Gatwick from Ahmedabad, and that is the place where the crash took place, right at the airport. Harshit.
Right. And meanwhile, while we have been reporting this story for the last 2 hours, Zafar, most of our viewers are interesting to know that what actually caused this crash. So I would like to clarify here that there is no official clarification from either the DGCA or the Ministry of Civil Aviation that what sort of an error actually caused this tragic crash. And we, all of us, like you only, we all have to wait for this official confirmation. And this would probably be after 3 or 4 days, when the committee which has been set up to investigate the matter will come up with its report and will mention that what actually led to this tragic incident, considering the fact that this particular type of plane flight is considered to be one of the most safe flight in the industry of aviation. Zafar, the first visuals when we show, I would like to show our audiences the video of that plane crash, a very small video of 10 to 15 seconds, which shows the plane while taking off lost its control and it crashed into the BG Medical College Hospital. This video right here on your screen, this shows this huge ball of fire as soon as the plane hit the ground. And as soon as we saw this videos of her, most of us knew that there are very less chances of any one who was there on plane of that particular individual surviving this crash. And I also remember cabin crew member Neha Lal being here on our platform a few hours back, and she was mentioning that in this particular crash, although in such situations the cabin crew is usually trained to tackle the situations, but I don't think that this particular crash was in a way that this could have been tackled, Zafar. And I was discussing with one of our producers
Right.
that this is
Yeah,
very
yeah,
unfortunate that
Harshit, we have got that video now of that gay couple moments
yes.
before that crash. Let us, in fact, play that video.
Just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
Oh, right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You're already starting to. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. I can see you've learnt nothing.
Just another regulation video for which anyone, any couple or any pair of friends would record on their trip to any foreign country and before they're leaving the country after having a very nice experience. But this is an unfortunate thing to mention, that this probably was the last video before they boarded the flight. We also have Dhananjay Dwivedi speaking up after this tragic incident. Let's just hear out to what he has to tell us, and then we can move forward with this coverage. Can we have Dhananjay Dwivedi's bite, please?
एयर इंडिया 171 फ्लाइट में अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने के लिए 230 पैसेंजर की बुकिंग थी। उसके सिवाय क्रू मेंबर भी थे। दुर्भाग्यपूर्वक दोपहर के 1:40 बजे के आसपास प्लेन टेक ऑफ होने के साथ ही दुर्घटनाग्रस्त बना। जिस विस्तार में प्लेन क्रैश होकर गिरा है वहां पे अहमदाबाद सिविल हॉस्पिटल के विद्यार्थियों के हॉस्टल, स्टाफ क्वार्टर और अन्य रेजिडेंशियल विस्तार है। उस विस्तार के लोगों को भी ईजा पहुंची है। 50 जितने घायल व्यक्तियों को सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद लाया गया है, जिन्हें श्रेष्ठ सारवार दी जा रही है। अभी वो सघन सारवार में परंतु स्टेबल परिस्थिति में है। फ्लाइट के जो पैसेंजर हैं उनके जो सगे हैं, नजदीक के सगे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग की व्यवस्था हम लोगों ने बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज के कसौटी भवन में की है। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, जिसमें खास तौर पे माता पिता अथवा उनके पुत्र पुत्री नजदीक के सगाओं में होते हैं, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप डीएनए सैंपल के लिए कसौटी भवन में बनी हुई व्यवस्था पर अपने सैंपल दें, ताकि दुर्घटना के जो विक्टिम है उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन जल्दी से हो सके। प्लेन के जो मुसाफिर हैं उनके रिलेटिव और बाकी जो इजा होके घायल होके सिविल हॉस्पिटल आए हैं उनके सगे संबंधियों को अगर किसी भी तरह की पूछताछ करनी है, ज्यादा माहिती की जरूरत है, तो उसके लिए सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद ने 2 हेल्पलाइन नंबर शुरू किए हैं। एक नंबर है 63 57 37 38 31 एवं दूसरा नंबर है 63 57 37 38 41। इन 2 नंबर पे आप माहिती के लिए संपर्क कर सकते हैं। प्लेन के जो पैसेंजर थे उनके सगे संबंधियों के लिए मेडिकल कॉलेज बिल्डिंग में कसौटी भवन में वेटिंग एरिया की हम लोगों ने व्यवस्था की हुई है। धन्यवाद।
Right, the DNA testing facility has been made, so that shows that the people who have died have been charged because the impact was so strong, and as it's reported that at least five people have died in that medical college building, and there are many others who are injured and who have sustained serious injuries in the hospital. So this is a tragedy on multiple counts. One, that the flight failed even after takeoff, moments after takeoff. It just fell, it crashed, and there are no survivors on that flight, according to reports. And then it crashed onto a building, and where also people where also casualties took place, some of them fatal casualties. So this is the situation you can see on the ground. That's the place where that aircraft fell, and it had already caught fire in the air, and it was like a ball of fire that dropped on the land. And then you can see the aftermath of that extreme disaster that's happened there. The 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 flight, the aircraft is completely destroyed in that fire incident, in that crash incident, and also with it, it has taken some lives on the ground, the lives of those medical students and who were in that building, which was impacted by this flight. This is the flight that took off, and moments later, you see this. So
Also,
you saw the flight after it took off, and moments later, you see a ball of fire. Yes,
yes,
Harshit.
and just to mention, Zafar, because since we have been playing this video for a while now, the thing to notice is that the landing gears are down. The landing wheels of the aircraft are down. So probably the pilot who called for the mayday was trying his best to land the plane so that everybody could be safe. But this now will be a matter of investigation, that what exactly was happening in the last moment. But Zafar, I was wondering, how cruel can the life be?
Harshit, even if you land the flight or you maneuver in the air or you do
Yeah.
anything, you need some power. The aircraft needs some thrust, but there was no power. There was no thrust. The pilot could not have done anything. It just glided and hit that building. There was no power. Maybe he would have wanted that flight to land, or he would have maneuvered, tried to go to an open area, avoided the buildings, because that would have been the basic instinct. But there was no power in the flight, and that's why this crash happened.
Right, absolutely. And now this again will be a matter of investigation, that why was the pilot, why did he find himself in that particular situation, that there was no thrust, as you mentioned. Also, I believe there will be discussions around the location of such runways, because if a runway is surrounded by such residential complexes, there are always a risk that comes with it, because I remember there are multiple tragedies across the world which we have seen in last 2 or 3 decades that were caused due to the runways being placed near the residential areas, like this has happened. But Zafar, I was mentioning how cruel can the life be. I mean, just imagine for a father to reach the hospital and find his son or daughter's body in such a bad state that you cannot even recognize the body with the naked eyes, and you then have to do the DNA test to match the DNA sample of that particular body, and then do the last rites. How sad it is even to report for us, and it's one of those reports when we are being journalists at the loss of the words, Zafar.
Absolutely. It's most unfortunate. Just to recap for our viewers, there are 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, and 7 Portuguese national on that Air India flight that unfortunately crashed in Ahmedabad just moments after it had taken off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport, and it just crashed, and the aircraft hit a medical college complex building in which students had assembled for a meal, for a lunch, and some of them unfortunately died and some others were injured. So that's the story that we are bringing to you. You can
Yes.
see
Yes.
on your screen. That's the mess, the dining mess, which has been impacted by the hit of that flight. Harshit.
I mean, just look at this photograph, Zafar. I see the plates still kept on the tables in that mess. Probably the students were having their meal, their lunch in the noon, and this tragedy this tragic incident hit them all of a sudden, which they were never prepared for, or nobody in this planet could have been prepared for this moment. I would also like to read out the statement from the Tata Group, since Air India is owned by the Tata Group, and the Tata Group, as soon as the tragic crash happened, released a statement on their social media platform mentioning the tragic incident. And since now the reports have confirmed, the media reports have confirmed that none of the passengers on the plane have survived this crash. Here is the statement from the Tata Group, the official statement released by N. Chandrasekaran, the chairman of Air India, which says, with profound sorrow, I confirm that Air India Flight 171 operating Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick was involved in a tragic accident today. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with the families and loved ones of all those affected by a devastating event. At the moment, our primary focus is supporting all the affected people and their families. We are doing everything in our power to assist the emergency response team at the site and to provide all necessary support and care to those impacted. Further updates will be shared as we receive more verified information. An emergency center has been activated and support team have been set up for the families seeking information. One important takeaway from this note, Zafar, is the further information, further details are to be updated after receiving verified information. And this is actually an important takeaway for our audiences as well, because in such incidents, such moments, there are multiple news coming in from different sources across the internet, from TV, from newspapers, from social media, from the locals. Please do not go by any information you receive. There are people associated with this tragic moment. They are already in a lot of sorrow. Please do not go by any information which you read on the internet. Please try to verify any information. We, as a credible news organization, will make our best efforts to provide you with the credible information only. Right now, when we talk to you through this live, Associated Press has confirmed that none of the passengers on the plane flight 171, which was bound to London, has survived this tragic crash. Let me mention it again. 242 passengers were there on the plane, including 10 crew members and an infant as well. Nobody has managed to survive this crash. And unfortunately, to make it worse, the plane crashed into the building of a hostel of a medical college, that is BG Medical College in Ahmedabad. And these visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are of the mess which was hit by the flight, where the students and the intern doctors were having their meal, as you can see in this photograph. And reportedly, there are multiple injuries to the students and the interns who were there in this mess. And multiple media reports are reporting that at least 5 are feared death from the hostel as well. We can only wish for the best, or not to make it more worse, that there are no more casualties in the hostel. But since this still remains to be a developing story, nothing can be confirmed. We'll still have to wait for the official confirmation, either from the Ahmedabad police or the Ministry of Civil Aviation, to confirm if there are more casualties. Unfortunately, in the hostel, the BG Medical College hostel, where the interns and doctors were having their meal, completely unaware of this tragic moment which was about to hit them. The bodies now are being taken to the civil hospital, which was nearby the airport, and now a DNA facility center has been set up for those who have lost their loved ones in this tragic incident. Now, since there was a crash and there was a blast sort of a situation, most of the bodies are not in a position that they can be recognized by naked eyes. So the DNA test would be necessary for the loved ones to recognize their family members who have unfortunately lost their lives. And this whole process will be done at a DNA center which has been set up by the authorities at the civil hospital, which was nearby the airport where this whole tragic incident took place. Zafar, what do you expect out of this investigation now, since a committee has been set up and the DGPA has said they'll be a deep investigation?
Of
What would
course, of course, it has to be a time-bound investigation. Lot depends on the black box that will be traced now. Lot depends on the inputs that have been found from various sides, and then perhaps a proper investigation will be done. That what exactly happened? Was it the fault of the machine? Was it a human error? Was it a technological error? What really led this big tragedy, this big crashes? Of course, it will take some time because it will involve a technical team, it will involve other people who are of the know-how of the situation. But right now, the focus is not really on investigation. The inquiry has been carried out, but the focus is on providing rescue, informing the families, uh, you know, trying to put the systems back in operation. That is what has happened. After the operations were stopped at Ahmedabad airport, now they're again started because there are other flights that have to move. And now,
yes,
but we're getting an important update
right.
that the police commissioner, who was earlier quoted as saying no survivors, has clarified that this is not what he said. He has now said that there could be survivors, and the picture will be clearer later. Now, this is a very important detail because earlier the Associated Press had quoted him and said that there are no survivors, and that is what many media organizations had reported. But here we'd like to clarify that the police commissioner, who was earlier quoted as saying there are no survivors, has clarified that this is not what he said. He said that there could be survivors, and the picture will be clearer later. I again repeat that the police commissioner, who was earlier quoted as saying no survivors, has clarified that this is not what he said. He has said that there could be survivors, and the picture will be clearer later.
And
Why it's important to emphasize here? Because these are people, these are human beings who are on that flight, and they have a family back home. Everybody will be worried about their loved ones, whether they're safe, what is their fate. So it is important to emphasize the latest statement of the police commissioner. Harshit.
This indeed is a very important development coming in, Zafar, because as you just mentioned, this is about human lives, and till there is the last ray of hope, every member would like to consider that there is a possibility of their loved ones surviving this tragic incident, and thus it is very important for us to mention that the police commissioner, who was earlier quoted and said that none of the passengers could survive this tragic crash, has now said that his words were somehow misinterpreted, and that is not what he meant. There are still possibilities of survivors, and the picture will be cleared later on. This still remains to be a developing story, but we went with what the Associated Press reported, and the press also probably used the police commissioner's statement to go with the headline that none of the passengers could survive this incident. We still hope for the best, and if there's any single ray of hope that if someone could have survived this tragic crash, then that will make things lesser worst. And this photograph on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is of Mr. Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, who was there on the flight, is now confirmed by this photograph, which probably has been clicked by some passenger in a manner a sentry is clicked. Also, there are multiple boarding passes and passenger lists circulating on the internet, which confirmed that Mr. Rupani was present on that flight. What I am being told by my producers is the former Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Praful Patel, has also reacted to this incident, saying that it is a very tragic and a very sad day. We all are concerned and worried that such an accident has taken place. It indeed is a very tragic, and probably in the last 2 or 3 decades, as far as I remember, this is the biggest aviation accident India has ever witnessed, and that too with a category of plane which is considered to be the most safe plane in the aviation industry. Now we still have to wait for the official confirmation. Let me mention here again that the Ministry of Civil Aviation, neither the Ministry of Civil Aviation nor the DGCA has put up a number of those who have not been able to survive this incident, or those who are not among us So we are still awaiting the official confirmation from the government of India or the DGCA, although the Associated Press again has quoted the sources and said that none of the passengers have survived this tragic incident, and this very heartbreaking, tragic video on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, of flight number 171, which was bound to London, crashing into the hostel building, hostel complex of BG Medical College. And as soon as it crashes, you can see that balloon of smoke, that fireball in the sky, which clearly gives you an idea of the scale of this incident is, which makes us all anticipate that there are very less possibilities, though still we would expect any single ray of hope to make it less worse. Here we see the security forces, the CISF, the NDRF on your screen, doing what they can do to their best. CISF is there at the spot trying to rescue if people are trapped, if there are any possibilities of saving any lives. These visuals are from the hostel complex of BG Medical College, which shows you how bad this hit was.
Harshit, I think we can also play the soundbite of the former Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Praful Patel, what he had to say.
787 Dreamliner has the crash in Ahmedabad airport. What do you think regarding it?
Well, it's a very tragic and a very sad day, and we all are very concerned and worried that such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families, and I pray, I hope any survivors are there for their speedy recovery. Having said that, India's aviation sector is a very safe sector, being managed very well. Our DGCA and all other safety protocols are absolutely as good as anywhere else in the world. And so do the airlines also, like Air India, Indigo or other airlines also follow very good safety protocols. So I don't think there is any reason to worry about India's aviation sector. However, this accident, how and why it took place is a very, surprising thing, because the 787 Dreamliner is a very technically advanced aircraft. There are thousands of Dreamliners flying all over the world by many airlines, and there is no reason to doubt about the aircraft itself. Now, if the accident has taken place, only the black box will reveal what is the real reason why things went wrong. The captain did give a mayday call, but we must also remember that the aircraft flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Obviously, there was no snag. Otherwise, the captain would not have decided to fly from Ahmedabad to London, which is a very long flight. And there is absolutely no reason to even consider, because the pilot would have done pre-flight checks. On every flight, there's a pre-flight check. And between the captain and the second in command, they do all the checks to ascertain whether the plane is flyworthy. So in this case, for a 9.5-hour flight, everything was in place. What went wrong, only an investigation can reveal.
Do you think there was a breach into security checks or any?
This is all very premature to say what actually happened. We do not know anything beyond the fact that this unfortunate accident took place. How it took place, whatever videos are shown on television because somebody has taken a video, and that is all we know. The plane took off and then it just went down. Now, why, what exactly happened? There was a mayday call, but we do not have any more information as we speak.
There are names of coming up, some former minister was on board in the plane.
There is a name of which Shri Vijay Rupani, who was the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, his name was on the passenger list, as I see on television. I have no idea exactly what has happened. I pray for his well-being as of many other passengers who may have survived. And I hope that, many people survive this tragic accident.
सर हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे.
Now, this was Praful, the former civil aviation minister. He, as many of us, is praying for the well-being of passengers, which included Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former chief minister of Gujarat. And while we speak, Zafar, there are visuals coming in from Gujarat, from outside the civil hospital where the bodies are now being taken. There is no official confirmation from the civil hospital that how many are actually dead and how many have fortunately survived the incident, but there are visuals coming in of the family members of those who were inside the plane, who are actually waiting outside the hospital to see or to get an official confirmation on what is the status of their loved ones who were there inside the plane, who met this tragic crash. Can we have the victims of the family members of the victims who were inside the plane just outside the civil hospital, trying to take a glimpse of their loved ones?
क्या अगर सामे છે एक मिनट जवा दे
बना दे।
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा क्या? किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला क्या? किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
की मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है? फिर भी
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है थोड़ा, उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा, अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा इधर आ जाए, क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना।
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए। क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई।
कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है? मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पूना जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे थे? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन कैसे, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। वो सब भीड़ मची हुई है तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे। जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन है आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको
क्या कर सामे છે? एक मिनट जवा दे भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे?
मेरा नाम
रमीला बहन, आप कौन था वहाँ पे और हॉस्टल में कौन क्या काम कर रहे थे?
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर। हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, पर इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा है तो लोग मर गए। ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे को।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे माह से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को। पर मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
ठीक है।
मेरा नाम
रमीला बहन, आप कौन था वहाँ पे और हॉस्टल में कौन क्या काम कर रहे थे?
मेरा लड़का है ना वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं, बात हुई मेरी, पर इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे को।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे मार से कूदा था ना तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, पर मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना ऐसा।
ठीक है।
इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़ जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया, लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके ये देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बताते, वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं।
कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था, मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं, फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से, कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे, जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे। आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था, मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं, फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से, कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे, जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे। आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
Now, while we report this developing story, there is another major development coming in. According to the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik, the police, while rescuing the passengers, in fact found one survivor in the seat 11A of the flight, and the survivor was then taken to the hospital and is now, as mentioned by the police, under the treatment. There is no official confirmation if the survivor on the seat 11A has managed to survive or how is he doing with the treatment. There is no official confirmation even on the details of the survivor. But yes, the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik has just now confirmed that the police while rescuing and during the search operation, found one survivor in the seat 11A of the flight, and thus there are still possibilities of people and passengers surviving this incident, this tragic crash, which probably is the biggest aviation tragedy India and India's aviation industry has seen in at least last 2 or 3 decades. I would like to repeat it here again. The police commissioner, Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik, has confirmed that the police during the rescue operation found one survivor in the seat 11A, and one survivor has been found in the hospital and is under treatment. So this particularly gives us a hint that although the Associated Press reports that none of the passengers on the plane could survive the tragic crash, but the Ahmedabad police is not going with what the Associated Press is reporting. In fact, if there is even a single ray of hope left, then also the Ahmedabad police is saying that there is no clarification on the number of casualties and on those who have managed to survive this tragic crash. For those who have joined just now, there were 242 passengers inside the flight 171, which took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad and was bound to London. Now, this flight, as soon as it took off, the pilot reported no thrust to the air traffic control. He called out for Mayday, which meant that he was not in control of the flight. And then those visuals of flight crashing down came. The visuals which went viral on the internet, here on your screens, where the flight was seen crashing down. Out of 242, according to the Associated Press, none of the passengers has managed to survive, but the Ahmedabad police, and recently the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik has mentioned that the police did find a survivor in the seat 11A. The survivor was then shifted to the civil hospital, which was nearby the airport, and is now under treatment. There is no clarification on the number of casualties by the police or by the Civil Aviation Ministry of India. We are still awaiting the official confirmation on the number of casualties, although at first instance, the blast which took place as soon as the plane hit the land, the balloon, the smoke balloon which all of us saw in these visuals, suggesting and indicating the level of impact this crash had, making us all anticipate the very few chances of survival for any individual who would have been there on that flight in this planet. Although one ray of hope is that the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner, Mr. G.S. Malik, has mentioned that the police did find a survivor in the seat 11A, who was later shifted to the civil hospital and is now under treatment. Out of the 242 passengers, 10 were the crew members on the flight 171, which was bound to London, and other 232 were the passengers traveling to their destination. 53 passengers were the British citizens. 7 were Portuguese, 1 was Canadian, which means out of 232, 61 passengers were of foreign citizenship, who probably came India for different purposes and were now flying back to their home. 169 Indian nationals were also traveling in the flight. The Associated Press, ladies and gentlemen, continues to report that none of the passengers in the flight has managed to survive, which means, unfortunately, 242 people flying in flight 171 were dead after this crash. But the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik has recently clarified that the police, during the rescue operation after the crash, did find a survivor on seat number 11A, who was later taken to the civil hospital. But this still remains to be a developing story, ladies and gentlemen, and probably one of the most tragic incidents in our near memories. Flight 171, which took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad and was bound to London, met a tragic crash when the pilot, I would also request my producers to reflect the name of the pilot with their experiences on our banners. The pilot lost the control of the flight. According to DGCA, the pilot reached out to the air traffic control, which is the ATC, and told them that he has no thrust. Thus, he has lost the control. He also called out a mayday to the ATC. ATC then lost the touch, the contact with the pilot, and what happened after that is tragic and is now everywhere on the internet. Out of the 242 passengers, Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, was also there on the flight. There is no official confirmation of his survival or his contemporary situation. Has he been rescued? Or if unfortunately we have lost him, has his body been recovered? There is no confirmation yet, neither from the DGCA nor from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And this still remains to be a developing story. Meanwhile, while we speak to you, the family members of those traveling in the flight 171 have reached Ahmedabad outside the civil hospital. The hospital which was near the airport, the runway at which this incident took place. The family members have now reached outside the civil hospital and they are making all their efforts to go inside the hospital and take a glimpse and to know better of the contemporary situation inside the hospitals. We would like to show you a few visuals, real-time visuals coming in from Ahmedabad outside the civil hospital of the family members of the passengers traveling in the flight 171.
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
मौत कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
और ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने उम्र कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा इधर आ जाए, क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना।
बहुत
कितने लोगों की
बहुत
मौत, कुछ
अभी
अंदाजा?
कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं,
आपको
अभी
पता है?
ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे, रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने उम्र कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लान में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए, क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं
Right. So you can see from those visuals that is the building that the flight that aircraft hit after crashing, and in which some students have died and some are injured who have been moved to the hospital. Now, there was a briefing a short while ago, which was in which was said that in that briefing it was said that a DNA center has been established for all those who want to do a DNA check of the relatives and loved ones of all those who have lost their lives.
Also, Zafar, there is a big news coming in, a breaking news, perhaps. The Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Naidu, while a press briefing, has confirmed the unfortunate death of Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. There were multiple photos circulating on the internet which confirmed his presence on the flight. But since there was no official confirmation either from the DGCA or the Ministry of Civil Aviation, we could not report on the contemporary situation of Mr. Vijay Rupani. But now Mr. Naidu, is what I'm being told, has confirmed that Mr. Vijay Rupani, unfortunately, is not among us. He could not survive this tragic crash. According to Mr. Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister of India, Mr. Rupani has been the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and he has been a politician for his life. This was his last photograph inside the plane, which probably was clicked by a passenger while taking a selfie with the politician Mr. Rupani. We also have Mr. Naidu's bite, the moment where he has confirmed that the former Chief Minister of Gujarat unfortunately could not survive the crash. Can we have the bite, please?
Be going through, and especially the civilians also. I'm totally shaken by the incident that has happened today near Ahmedabad airport. Very tragic and very, very horrific, and even till now I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program, but the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who are there near the crash site. A lot of relief effort has been done already, right from Indian Army, NDRF, state police, medical departments, including aviation concerned departments. Everyone has attended immediately. The fire department, to the best of their abilities, they have been functioning here and doing the rescue operations. and we still have to find out the numbers. I don't want to put any wrong numbers to you, so we still have to go through the numbers. And my condolences, my prayers, my thoughts with the families of the bereaved. And we are trying to extend all the help that can be done. And even our Honorable Home Minister is also coming to inspect the site right now. He will be coming here. We'll go through another round of inspection. We'll talk to some of the people who are here and all the teams that are here. And then we are having one meeting at the Circuit House. Circuit House? Annex. So we will be discussing some more things there. Maybe once we go through all these discussions, I can give you some more information. But if you ask me, then I'm just thinking about the families and the passengers who are there. It's a great loss. Yes, yes, it is. It is very. Yes. Very sad to know that Vijay Rupani ji, Chief Minister, was also there, and like you were mentioning, other nationals were also there. Children were also there. I would only say that each and every life is precious to us. Each and everyone is a very important person to us. So it's an incident which has shaken the nation also. Everyone has expressed their grief.
सीरियसली इस घटना को लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी होने के बावजूद इस तरह की घटना होना वो एक अपने आप में बड़े सवाल खड़े हैं.
Yes. I'll only give one line to what you have asked right now. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We'll do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now. बस अभी इतना काफी.
Thank you.
Right. You heard there. So we are getting multiple reactions to this unfortunate incident, the unfortunate incident of that plane crash in Ahmedabad. On the screen, you can see that is the mess, the hostel mess of the medical college, which took the impact of that aircraft, and many students, some students died in that impact, and then many people who were there are injured and have been moved to the hospital. In the meantime, the Air India CEO has spoken. This is what he has said.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Campbell Wilson, the CEO of Air India. I want to brief you on a serious incident that involved an Air India aircraft a short while ago. But first, and most importantly, I would like to express our deep sorrow about this event. This is a difficult day for all of us at Air India, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, their families, and loved ones. I know that there are many questions, and at this stage, I will not be able to answer all of them, but I do want to share the information we have at this time. Air India flight AI 171, operated with a Boeing 787-8 aircraft, traveling from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, has been involved in an accident after takeoff. Flight AI 171 was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members on board. Of the passengers, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, there are 7 Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national. The injured passengers have been taken by local authorities to the nearest hospitals. We are actively working with the authorities on all emergency response efforts. A special team of caregivers from Air India is on their way to Ahmedabad to provide additional support. The investigations will take time, but anything we can do now, we are doing. We know that many people are concerned for the welfare of their loved ones. We have set up a special helpline that friends and family can reach us at. The number is 1-800-5691-444. That is 1-800-5691-444. We understand that people are eager for information. Please know that we will continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can. But anything we report must be accurate and not speculative. We owe that to everyone involved. For now, our teams are working around the clock to support passengers, crew, and their families, as well as investigators, however we can. Thank you.
Right. That's the MD and CEO of Air India speaking out and giving details and saying that they will inform accordingly about all the things. But really, that is the message from Campbell Wilson, the MD and CEO of Air India. To recap for our viewers, there was a flight that had just taken off from Ahmedabad, the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport, and it was headed to London, to Gatwick. But moments after it took off, it just crashed just outside the airport. You can see those plumes of smoke in the air. That's when the crash took place, and there were 242 people who boarded that flight. Now this is the video. The flight takes off, and moments later you can see that it just bursts into a ball of fire, and that ball of fire is, as you can see on your screen, and that's the time when the crash took place. There was no thrust, no power. The pilots had put out a mayday message. They had informed, but obviously it happened just in less than a minute. The moment the flight took off, it just crashed. And there were initial reports that all the people on that on that flight, there were no survivors. But later on, the police commissioner, who was quoted by the AP, said that he actually didn't mean to say that. Now, those are the visuals of the crash. Those are the visuals of the crash, and you can see on that screen they're just trying to clear that building where this aircraft collided. This was the mess of that college. There were many people who were on that flight, and some of them took their last moments. They put out photographs and videos. There was a gay couple from England, who put out a video just moments before they boarded the flight and when this terrible tragedy happened. Let's play that video.
At the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
Oh, right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. You see, you've learnt nothing.
Go.
There was a statement put out by Tata Group also about the crash. We're getting multiple reactions since this crash took place. It was a Air India dreamliner that was bound for London, and that really crashed just movements, just movements after this. I want to you know, read out that statement that we are this is N Chandrasekharan, chairman Tata Sons. We are deeply anguished by the tragic event involving Air India Flight 171. No words can adequately express the grief we feel at this moment. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who have lost their loved ones. Uh, who So that is basically the statement that's been issued by Tata. Of course, uh, they are the owners of Air India. But clearly, there are lots of videos uh, that have uh, that have come out after the crash, in which fairly depict the horrible tragedy that happened. Now, Tata has announced that it will provide 1 crore to the families. Now, that is what has been announced by Tata. The Tata Group is to provide 1 crore to the families who lost their loved ones. 1 crore will be provided by Tata. Of course, there was a statement by the Tata a short while ago in which that announcement was made. Uh, I'm also being told that a passenger on seat 11A survived Air India crash and says that the trouble started 30 seconds into the flight. That is that is what we have been told now. There is a photo you can see of that man in an extremely injured state. He said that the trouble started 30 seconds into the flight. We saw some of the injured people being moved to the hospital when that crash took place, and now the passenger on seat 11A who survived this Air India crash has said that trouble started just 30 seconds into the flight, and then obviously it happened less than a minute after that flight took off, and we saw from those visuals that the flight caught fire and it just fell down like a ball of fire. Now this is on your screen. You can see this person who has survived this air crash. He was seated on 11A. That was his seat number. He survived this Air India crash, and he says that trouble started just 30 seconds into the flight. That's the first person account, a survivor saying what exactly happened. 30 seconds after the flight took off, there was a loud noise. And he says that when I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. A survivor's story that after the crash, there were bodies scattered around him. He got up. He was scared. He stood up and ran. So these are the details that we are getting. Also, there were reporting locals earlier who said that there were 3 loud explosions that were heard, and that was followed by the burning of the aircraft. On the screen, you can see smoke coming out from that place where that crash has happened, where the aircraft has really hit the ground. There are huge columns of smoke in the air, and it instantly caught fire. Although there was a quick response, several fire tenders were sent to the spot to douse those flames, but obviously it was extremely intense. The way that you can see that aircraft, that parts of that aircraft, it's really what remains of that aircraft after the crash. Nonetheless, it had also struck the medical college complex, and it had really made an impact there when the students had assembled to eat their lunch. So let us let's play some relatives, some eyewitness accounts. Now, this is Home Minister Amit Shah, of course, taking stock of the situation. So, Home Minister Amit Shah arrived.
मरी जाए नीचे आओ शो मिल जाए लो इतने मारवाना है हमारे वीर ने
शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ नहीं सर शॉर्ट सर्किट में से ये सीएनजी गैस बाटला पड़ा गैस लाइन भी है गैस लाइन भी है नीचे
इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़ जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय बता?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बता सकते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के। हाँ, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है।
कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लगा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ मत। फिर हम अंदर जाकर बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से, कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। वो सब भीड़ मची हुई है तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
कितने लोगों की मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है? फिर भी
वो तो प्लान में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा, अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए। क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे। सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं, वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा, क्या किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन, वो वहाँ जा रहे थे। भांजी ने फोन किया, मम्मी पापा उस फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला, क्या किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया। मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे। बोलते हैं इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए।
फ्लाइट में जा
मेरी बहन मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर।
अरे तो यार क्या कर सामे છે? राहुल आई जा, एक मिनट जवा दे जवा दे। की इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए, कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा? कुछ समय
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने।
Right. So you heard those accounts here. This photo of that aircraft really penetrating in that building of the medical college complex. That's where there were more casualties. Now the Tata Group will provide 1 crore to the families of each person who has lost their life in this tragedy, and they will also cover the medical expenses of those injured. and ensure that they receive all necessary care and support. Additionally, they'll provide support in the building up of the BJ Medical's hostel. Now, this is the statement by Tata Group, but you can see from that visual that is where this aircraft really hit that building, and in fact, uh, it had caught fire and it damaged that building. There were students inside the building who had gathered for a meal, for a lunch, but what happened was that they some of the students also lost their lives due to the impact of this aircraft, and many others were injured who have moved to safety. But amid all this disturbing news and tragedy, there is the first survivor of Ahmedabad plane crash, a passenger who was seated on 11A. He jumped out of the emergency exit. You can see on your video on that screen, that is the video of that man. He is the survivor. He's the first survivor. He was on the seat 11A. He jumped out and he moved. He has been moved to the hospital. He said that 30 seconds after the flight took off, there was this big sort of an explosion and that flight crashed. But you can see on the screen he's walking. He's injured, but he's walking on his own, and he's the one who has survived, the first survivor of the Ahmedabad plane crash. This man who was on seat 11A, the passenger, he jumped out of the emergency exit. Now he jumped out of the emergency exit and he has survived. He's the first survivor of this aircraft crash, walking away, and he was, of course, in the hospital, and he has given a statement that just 30 seconds after the flight took off, this incident happened, and then there was this crash, and in which so many people had died. So he says that when I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. This is the survivor, and he says that obviously when he stood up, he saw that there were bodies around him. There were some who were charred because the aircraft had caught fire, but he is the survivor of this Ahmedabad plane crash. This is the passenger who was on seat 11A. He jumped out of the emergency exit. To recap for our viewers, this was a flight that took off from Ahmedabad airport and it was headed to London, to Gatwick, but moments after it took off, less than a minute, just 30 seconds after its takeoff, it crashed. It caught fire. Now the reasons of crash will be looked into, but there are multiple theories. One is that it was a two-engine aircraft, but both the engines suddenly ceased and stopped functioning. What is the reason? Why did this happen? The pilot had given the Mayday call. He said that there's no thrust, there's no power. Obviously, the pilot didn't have any scope to maneuver his aircraft at that point in time, to move it towards safety, just take it away from those buildings. But he could not do that, or it was a bird sort of a hit. There were multiple bird hits that caused the crash. That is another reason that's being looked into. Or it could be contaminated fuel. These are different sort of theories that are being looked into. But obviously, the black box, when it's found, it will give more details about what happened, why exactly this crash took place. But it was an Air India Dreamliner bound for London that has crashed in Ahmedabad. Moments after it took off, it has crashed and fallen. You can see on your screen there were plumes of smoke, columns of smoke in the air after it crashed. And since then, obviously, it's a tragedy of huge magnitude, perhaps the worst accident in the aviation history of India in the recent past, that this London-bound Air India dreamliner just crashed after taking off. Let's again play some eyewitness accounts, and let's also again play some eyewitness accounts to really get a sense of what happened. There are now that assessment is being done. There are a lot of people that are going towards the crash site to do an assessment. Let's in the meantime play some eyewitness accounts.
कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पूना जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाकर बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से, कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। वो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे। जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे, आप वो रीशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लाइट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
लोगों की मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
और ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
के इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस से बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पे पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए, कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बताते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है। जो रहते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंग में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा।
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
की इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति।
अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर पहले आए तो आपने क्या देखा?
आए पे आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए, कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ। है जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी हो नहीं बताते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है, जो रखते हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंग में लोग रहते हैं।
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
मैडम हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है? फिर भी
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है थोड़ा। उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा, अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए। क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई।
क्या कर सामे से एक मिनट जवा दे जवा दे।
शॉर्ट सर्किट हो गया पड़ी जाए तो मरी जाए नीचे आओ શું તમે મંજે જો એકને મારવાના છે તમારે એવી રીતે લઈને
शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ नीचे शॉर्ट सर्किट में से ये सीएनजी गैस बाटला पड़ा गैस लाइन भी है गैस लाइन भी है नीचे
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी
एक और 10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी
एक और 10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में
कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पूना जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे थे? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे। जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे, आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे? आपका नाम क्या है?
Right. So you heard, you saw those visuals of that airline crashing onto that building of a medical college complex in which many people died. Now, the government has already established a DNA facility for those people who want to identify the victims. That's already been announced. Now, this is the place where that crash took place. This is the place where that aircraft fell and it caught fire. Now, there are many people who are visiting the site and issuing statements. There are statements that have been issued by the Tata, who are the owners of this airline, the Air India Dreamliner. Recap for our viewers, was bound for London. It has crashed at Ahmedabad moments after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel uh, uh, airport, and it just crashed. And uh, moments later, there was one survivor who said that the crash happened just 30 seconds after it took off. There were reports also quoting locals who said that uh, there were three blasts that were heard one after the other, and that was followed by fire and smoke, and that is when that tragedy struck. Now, the Tatas have made a statement. They have actually said that uh, Tata's statement that has said uh, that Tata Group will provide 1 crore to the families of each person who has lost their life in this tragedy. It will also cover the medical expenses of those injured and ensure that they receive all necessary care and support. Additionally, they will provide support in the building up of the BJ Medical's hostel. So that is the statement of the Tata Group. Of course, the BJ hostel is where that impact happened, where the flight hit that building, in which many people died and so many others were injured. Now, initially, it was said that all the people who had boarded that flight have died. That was an AP report, which was quoting the police officer, but later it was clarified that not all people who had boarded the flight had died. In fact, there was one survivor who had, in fact, one of the survivors who was on seat 11A. You can see on that screen, he was injured. He said that when he woke up, he saw bodies lying there, and he said that the trouble started just 30 seconds into the flight. That's the passenger on seat 11A who survived the Air India crash. He's been moved to the hospital. He walked on his own after the crash, and he has survived. He really described what happened when that crash took place. Now, on that screen, you can see this is that survivor. He's moving on his own. You can see he's in an injured state, but he's walking on his own, slightly limping, but walking on his own. He has had some injuries, but he has survived this tragic air crash, one of the worst in the recent history in India. Now he's walking on his own, and he really described and said that the trouble started 30 seconds into the flight when the trouble began, and he's now moved to the hospital. There you can see on the screen, this is the person who survived that attack. Then This is the Tata Group statement, of course, announcing 1 crore rupees to the families of each of the person who died in that horrific crash of the crash in which so many people have died, and the flight caught fire. Now there are multiple theories that why did this happen in the first place, and the one is that it's a two-engine aircraft, but both the engines ceased and stopped working, and that is one reason that the aircraft crashed. The other reason is, of course, there could have been some technical glitch. The pilot had informed the air control room that there was no thrust, no power. Perhaps the pilot didn't have even the power to maneuver and to move the flight to safety. You can see on that screen that's the flight that took off, and moments later it got converted into a ball of fire, and that really caused this tragedy. And yes, you can again see that video. That's the flight taking off, and moments later this, you can see that it suddenly caught fire. It just came down. It didn't have the power, didn't have the thrust to move upwards. It just came down crashing, and it caught fire. Now entire effort is on the rescue operation. You can see ambulances there, and people from NDRF and other agencies, the paramilitary forces, they are also there, moving the injured towards safety. There were multiple fire engines there at the spot trying to douse the flames, trying to put down the fire, and moving those injured to the hospital. Meanwhile, Praful Patel, who is an ex-civil aviation minister, has also reacted, and this is what he has said.
787 dreamliner has the crash in Ahmedabad airport. What do you think regarding it?
Well, it's a very tragic and a very sad day, and we all are very concerned and worried that such an accident has taken place. Our condolences to the victims and their families, and I pray, I hope any survivors are there for their speedy recovery. Having said that, India's aviation sector is a very safe sector, being managed very well. Our DGCA and all other safety protocols are absolutely as good as anywhere else in the world. And so do the airlines also, like Air India, Indigo or other airlines also follow very good safety protocols. So I don't think there is any reason to worry about India's aviation sector. However, this accident, how and why it took place is a very, surprising thing, because the 787 Dreamliner is a very technically advanced aircraft. There are thousands of Dreamliners flying all over the world by many airlines, and there is no reason to doubt about the aircraft itself. Now, if the accident has taken place, only the black box will reveal what is the real reason why things went wrong. The captain did give a mayday call, but we must also remember that the aircraft flew from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Obviously, there was no snag. Otherwise, the captain would not have decided to fly from Ahmedabad to London, which is a very long flight. And there is absolutely, no reason to even consider, because the pilot would have done pre-flight checks. On every flight, there's a pre-flight check. And between the captain and the second in command, they do all the checks to ascertain whether the plane is flyworthy. So in this case, for a 9.5-hour flight, everything was in place. What went wrong, only an investigation can reveal.
Do you think there was a breach into security checks or any?
This is all very premature to say what actually happened. We do not know anything beyond the fact that this unfortunate accident took place. How it took place, whatever videos are shown on television because somebody has taken a video, and that is all we know. The plane took off and then it just went down. Now, why, what exactly happened? There was a mayday call, but we do not have any more information as we speak.
There are names of coming up, some former minister was on board in the plane.
There is a name of which Shri Vijay Rupani, who was the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, his name was on the passenger list as I see on television. I have no idea exactly what has happened. I pray for his well-being as of many other passengers who may have survived, and I hope that many people survive this tragic accident.
Sir, हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे.
Right. So you saw it there, Praful Patel. Of course, this is what he has said. But there are multiple videos that are emerging. Some of the videos right at the time the flight took off. Now, this is one video that has now surfaced. This is exactly at the time the flight took off. This is the video you can watch from that. There seems to be, this is a CCTV footage. This is a CCTV footage of 32-second sequence from the takeoff to the crash. It is the final moments of Air India that have been captured on CCTV. If we can again play that video, that is 32 seconds from it is takeoff to the crash. These are the final moments of that aircraft. This is the CCTV footage, just 32 seconds, the moment the flight takes off, and less than a minute, just 32 seconds, it just crashes. It just falls and crashes. This is the CCTV footage. There was a lack of lift, clearly. It could not lift. There was no thrust, no power. This is the flight taking off. It is moving. It just took off, and then in 30 seconds, see, it just took off, and then it just crashed. It just fell. You can see it falling. There's no thrust, there's no power. The pilot didn't have much space even to maneuver, to move away. It just fell in that area, just outside the airport. It just hit that residential, that complex, that medical college hostel. Again, we are showing you this video. The flight has just taken off, and it is just taken off, and after a bit it just moves in the air, and then there is no power for it to lift further, and it just falls down and just crashes and catches fire. The entire CCTV footage that shows the plane crashing in 32 seconds after the takeoff. These are the last few seconds of that flight. To recap for our viewers, this was a flight that was London bound from Gujarat, from Ahmedabad, and it just crashed just outside the airport. There were 242 people on board, and after the crash, most of the people have died in that air crash, and it hit a hostel of a medical college, causing casualties there as well. Now you can see this photo. You can see this photo of the aircraft really into the hitting at the hostel and causing damage there. Some reports said that 5 students died in that crash. They were at the hostel. This is the mess which took the impact, the dining center, and in which 5 students have died. We don't know the exact number, but what has been said is that a DNA testing facility has been established and people have been asked to come for DNA testing for the identification of the victims. In the meantime, there are lots of eyewitnesses who have been speaking. Let's try and play some of the eyewitness accounts.
कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था। मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है। जैसे कोई आग, झाड़ी वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लगा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं। फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से, कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है। तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर, तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे। जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन देंगे, आप वो रिशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट, नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा, हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम
क्या कहेंगे, क्या देखा आपने?
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं, और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है, लोकल कार्यकर्ता और सब मिलके। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत
बड़ी दुखद दुर्घटना,
बहुत
की मौत, कुछ
अभी कोई अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा है।
ये ऐसी खबरें चल रही है रूपानी साहब थे, ऐसा कुछ
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
हालात कैसे? रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
और ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं। जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने मौत कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लेन में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों की भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा, इधर आ जाए, क्या कहेंगे?
So Ayushi, first your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who've lost their loved ones. Okay. So Ayushi, first your question. What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people.
मेरी बहन मेरा बनेवी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा, क्या किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला, क्या किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए। मेरी बहन मेरा बनेवी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा, क्या किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला, क्या किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए। मेरी बहन मेरा बनेवी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा भाई साहब आपको मालूम पड़ा, क्या किस तरह से आपको पता चला?
मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे, भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
अभी तक किस तरह से आपको उनके पता चला, क्या किस तरह से?
मेरी भांजी ने लंदन से हमें फोन किया, मेरी मम्मी और पापा दोनों फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए, तो हम तुरंत इधर आ गए। पर इधर आते आते तो 1-1.5 घंटा तो रोड पे घूमते रहे, बोलते इधर मत खड़ी रखो, इधर खड़ी मत रखो। अरे हम यहाँ हमारे परिवार को देखने आए, घूमने नहीं आए। मेरी बहन मेरा बनेवी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हैं हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। 111 नंबर 110 नंबर की टिकट कंफर्म है उनकी।
अभी तक किस तरह से पूरा
कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जस्ट बोर्डिंग हुआ था, मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन क्या है, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लगा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं, फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है, इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे, जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन होंगे। आप वो रीशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ, जब बोर्डिंग हुआ था मैं अंदर फ्लाइट के अंदर वॉक करते जा रहे थे, बट सामने बहुत बड़ा धुआं वगैरह दिख रहा था। बट उस टाइम मुझे ये नहीं मालूम था वो प्लेन कैसे, जैसे कोई आग झाड़ी में वगैरह जंगल में आग लगती है ना, लाइक वैसा कुछ तो लग रहा था। ये मालूम नहीं था कि वो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ? इंडिगो की तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन, एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ नहीं, फिर हम अंदर जाके बैठे, हमारे साथ में हम फोटो भी निकाले थे, जैसे कोई आग लगी होगी झाड़ी वगैरह में। जब फ्लाइट में बैठे और 10-15 मिनट इधर उधर फिर एकदम से अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि फ्लाइट डिले हो रहा है। बट वहाँ पे उन्होंने ये रीज़न नहीं बताया कि किस वजह से डिले हो रहा है। डिले हो रहा है इतना ही बताया था। बट अभी वो वाईफाई मतलब इंटरनेट वगैरह सब चालू था, मोबाइल पे न्यूज़ आ गया, तब हमें पता चला कि वो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है।
तो अभी आगे के लिए आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडिगो की तरफ से और एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया?
तो इंडिगो तो देखिए सब लोग अभी इतने परेशान है, सब वो जो भी वातावरण है अभी अच्छा नहीं है, सब वो नाराज़ है, तो हमको ही एडजस्ट करना है। तो सब भीड़ मची हुई है, तो फ्लाइट इधर उधर तो हम लोग अभी मैनेज करेंगे, जो भी उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन होंगे। आप वो रीशेड्यूल कर रहे हैं हमारा फ्लाइट, तो वी आर ओके विथ दिस। तो जो भी आगे वाला फ्लाइट नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट मिलेगा हम उसको एडजस्ट कर लेंगे।
ठीक है सर। कहाँ जा रहे थे, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चंद्रकांत पाटिल है। मैं एक्चुअली अहमदाबाद से पुणे जा रहा था बाय इंडिगो से जा रहा था।
जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था आप कहाँ पे था? फ्लाइट बोर्ड कर चुके थे, फिर आगे क्या हुआ?
Right. So those were some of the accounts that were coming in. There are lots of visuals that we have that have come since this crash happened. The visuals of the crash, and later now there are CCTV visuals of entire 32 seconds since the plane took off to its crash. That we also have that video. If we have, we can use that video. Right. Till the time that video is up, let me try and explain to you this mess, this hostel mess, which was impacted by that aircraft. There were students there eating their food when that aircraft hit that mess. I'm told that we can have that video now, entire 32 seconds video when the flight took off, the CCTV footage till the time it crashed. Let us play that video. Right. You saw those CCTV images of entire 32 seconds since the flight took off to its crash. The CCTV footage that showed that plane crashing in 32 seconds after the takeoff. It was a double engine uh, plane, but both the engines seem to have failed, and that is why the flight just crashed. It was an Air India Dreamliner, the flight that was meant to go to London, to Gatwick. On your screen, you can see the image of the moment that crash took place. That entire aircraft damaged, that aeroplane damaged in that crash, and there were so many people, 242 people on board that flight. uh, Most of them have died. There are some survivors also. One of the persons who managed to jump out of the emergency exit and move towards safety, but most others were not so lucky. You saw on that screen, this is that man who has survived this air crash, and he's moving towards safety. He's walking on his own. He says that when he uh, he saw just bodies around him, and that's the time that he stood up. And he says that all of this happened within 30 seconds. Within 30 seconds after the takeoff, all of this happened. And he's walking on his own towards moving away, and he has been taken to the hospital. Now um, this is the crash that happened in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat. Uh, this is the crash that happened in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat. The passenger was on seat 11A. He survived this crash, and he says that trouble started just 30 seconds into the flight. That's when the trouble started, and he is just walking away and moving uh, towards towards safety. But there are others who are not so lucky. There are others who are not clearly so lucky, and they had to really. Most of them died in that air crash. So this is one of the worst tragedies that has hit the country. An air crash of this magnitude that India has not seen in years. This was a flight that was meant to go to London, to Gatwick. It had off from Ahmedabad, and this crash took place. Uh, so this is the situation that we're trying to bring you, give you updates on this story. This is the place where that aircraft actually hit the ground. There are trees around, and there are pieces of equipment boxes that are being moved away. What exactly were the reasons for the crash? That is not clear. Uh, but this is the situation. This is the situation that has unfolded in Gujarat. You can see these suitcases are being moved away. Of course, there are people whose luggage is in the aircraft, and that has crashed. That's crashed. The police found one survivor in seat 11A. One survivor has been found in the hospital and is under treatment. That's Ahmedabad Police Commissioner G.S. Malik has said, of course, that survivor uh, 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 that survivor uh, that uh, that survivor was moved to uh, to the hospital. Uh, Now, this is the place where that crash has happened, and the flight actually hit the compound, the one of the buildings of the medical college, and then it caused uh, some casualties there as well. Um, so this is the situation. This is the situation in uh, this is the situation in Ahmedabad in Gujarat, where that flight has crashed, and there have been many casualties that have happened due to that crash. Uh, so, right. Right. We are also joined at this point by Air Marshal Nandokar. Welcome to Mojo Story, sir. Uh, extremely tragic incident, Air Marshal Sunil ji, that's happened today. You have been coming on our shows discussing entirely different things, but this is a very unfortunate incident that's happened today. I don't know what one can begin by asking. We seen the CCTV footage, the aeroplane just in 30 seconds after taking off, it crashes, it turns into a ball of fire and falls. What do you have to say? How do you describe this situation, sir?
Yeah, Zafar, it is one of the worst tragedies that has taken place in our country in aviation sector. There is no doubt about it, and condolences to each and every member of the family who have lost their near dear ones in this very tragic accident. And I'm sure that except for the pilot and the co-pilot, nobody knew what they're heading for, and it's a very very sad to express anything about this accident other than just share whatever sympathies with the families. Coming to the accident, I think you all have been at it since afternoon, trying to figure out as to what has happened. And like you rightly covered, I'm not an expert, or I'm not qualified on dreamliner aircraft. But yes, having been in the game of aviation for a long time, I think this is one of the worst thing that can happen. And imagine the pilot knew that he is going down with the aircraft. He had no control over that machine, which he has flown for almost 8,200 hours. And this, of course, in this sector of aviation, this kind of thing does happen. One has gone through this kind of situation, so one can realize as to what the pilot must have gone through in his mind in that short span of 30 seconds, where the aircraft is reached a certain height, it is rolled normal on a takeoff roll, gained 600 to 800 feet. There are various figures coming, but that is immaterial, whether it was at 600 feet or 820 feet, as some people are saying. But from there on, the aircraft is continuously sinking, and the pilot had absolutely no way to save the aircraft, because it is gliding, and ahead of him is the entirely populated area, buildings and nothing else. So he couldn't have managed to get the aircraft around. We have seen, we have heard of, aircraft being landed on a river surface, which is a very difficult thing to do. But in this case, unfortunately, pilot had absolutely no way of saving any lives or the aeroplane. Yeah, Zafar.
The aeroplane had no power, it had no thrust, it had no capacity to lift. That is what has happened. But why did that happen? It has two engines. Did both the engines fail simultaneously? They got both seized, and there was no way that pilot could have done anything. Is there a possibility that that could have happened? Suppose if one engine failed, there's still the second engine. But it seemed that both the engines failed at the same time simultaneously.
Yeah, so there is apparently a loss of thrust. So the condition under which this happens is extremely rare. Now, some people are saying that there could be simultaneous bird hits, very rare, that both the engines have bird hits and both the engines simultaneously flame out. So that's also one of the very rarest of rare possibility. And if it was bird hit, pilot, when he gave a mayday call, he would have announced that simultaneously. He had that much of awareness and experience to do that. So in the instance case where the mayday call has been given by the pilot, and there is no continuation of any information beyond that. However, he also, he has also sent. We have a message which was flashed that there is no lift. The lift can be only produced by accelerating the aircraft through that speed and the configuration of the aircraft being correct. So these are the two things I'm sure the expert, when they analyze this accident, tragic accident, they will look into all these things as to whether it was a sabotage leading to fuel starvation or fuel contamination into both the engines, because that is one of the possibilities that the people have to very critically look at, because that is one of the reasons when both the engines, because they are getting the fuel supply from the same tanks. So therefore, if there is a contamination, real bad contamination of the engine, then how come the engine has run for so long very neatly, and only at this stage it has gone and flamed out? I won't call it seizure, because that's a different connotation that one has to seizure. So both engine seizing at the same time is again extremely rare case, because the engines don't seize so easily. There are conditions which have to be met for seizure. But yeah, flame out is possible, and one of the very strong reason that I can think of it could be sabotage, and people will have to look into this, because otherwise I find no reason where the aircraft like this loses power on both engines, if that be the case, because even if it's on single engine with undercarriage down, pilot would have taken corrective actions to pull the aircraft away from ground on single engine. That was possible. While he must have, through his experience of handling this aeroplane for over so many hours, would have done everything that was possible within his capability to save aircraft and the lives, for sure.
Right.
And we'll have to wait and see as to, because see, this aircraft has got a digital black box. It'll give a lot of information the moment we get the black box, and that is the first thing that people who will be deputed to look into this tragic accident will look for. And once that is available, then everything will unfold very clearly in front of the experts who are trying to analyze this.
Right.
Yeah,
And you don't rule out a possibility of a sabotage, in the sense that perhaps the fuel was contaminated. It could not sustain this aircraft for a longer duration of time. The aircraft did, it went from the runway, it took off, then it sort of lost all the power. I think the pilot didn't have even the power in that aircraft to do a basic maneuver to save the aircraft from hitting a building. It didn't have that much power also. It just went off, it took off, and it just collided with that building.
See, Zafar, if you see the entire activity, the aircraft has started up and the tarmac, everything is all right. The aircraft has taxied onto the runway. Thereafter, it has taken off on runway 23 in a westerly direction, and it has its takeoff roll has been absolutely normal, because otherwise, if there was any abnormality, the pilot had the capability to abort takeoff at any stage.
Yeah.
That has not happened. The aircraft is seen to be climbing after the rotation for takeoff absolutely normally till the height of 600 to 800 feet, whatever it has achieved. And thereafter, if you see, the aircraft is continuously sinking down. Okay. And there is a minor change in attitude, but which is not very, I cannot be very, very certain, but the attitude has been lowered a little bit, which is what the pilot would do in such a case. And when we say loss of thrust, and thereafter any maneuver to avoid anything would be disastrous further, because that will further lose height at a faster rate. So therefore, I'm sure that taking all these things into consideration, the pilot has done whatever he could do in a best possible manner. As we see the video, that is what I could make out, and I can comment. But otherwise, I think it is it will be doing anything other than this. Commenting on it will be doing injustice to the expert who was sitting in the cockpit.
Yes, in fact, we have that video, the CCTV footage of 32 seconds. The flight takes off and it converts into a ball of fire and it falls. If we can play that 32-second video before we discuss it further. Right.
Yeah.
Zafar,
Zafar, can we play this video from the beginning, and I'll just run you
Yes.
through
Yes.
the whole sequence?
Yes. I'll ask my producer to run it without the sound.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we play that
Yes,
video?
yes. Can you play the video again? Or it's again played with sound. I want it to be played without sound so that sir explains on it. You just play it without sound. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So see, the aircraft is taking off normally. It has lifted off normally. It has started gaining height. That means the rotation has been correct, and it is going away from the ground normal. And at this stage, it stops that climb and starts to lose height. Now at this stage, something has happened on engines which pilot has no control over it. You can see the attitude of the aircraft being lowered a little bit, and this straight flight into the ground is what is absolutely uncontrolled in terms of pilot wanting to do, because at this stage, had the pilot pulled back on the controls trying to get away from the ground, the aircraft would have stalled even faster. So I think looking at the aircraft, there has been something which is drastically gone wrong at a stage where you see this aircraft stops to climb, and the climb at this stage, see, and now it has started to sink. See, at this point in time, the aircraft starts to sink down. Okay, this is a point where the aircraft started coming down, and from far off, a lot of people have commented that the flaps are not in proper position as seen, but I won't like to hazard a guess like that, because I'm sure the picture is not very clear, and any comment like this is absolutely incorrect and premature as far as any expertise on aviation is concerned. And a person who is who has flown this aircraft for 8,000 plus hours won't make is not likely to make a mistake like this. Human error, of course, is possible, but then that error, to my mind, I think we should leave it for the expert to analyze it and come to conclusion, rather than just saying, looking at such pictures as to whether there has been any error on part of the pilot or not. But looking at the entire flight path, I don't think there is any sort of error made by the pilot, because right till the time the aircraft has impacted on ground, I see the flight path of the aircraft more or less controlled, other than the pitch and the lift that the aircraft has produced, and probably losing the forward speed gradually. So I think we'll have to wait and allow the experts to read into the black box, which should be available at the crash site. Generally, you do get black box. So therefore, it is essential that people, when they reach the crash site, nobody takes away anything from their known or unknown. That will help tremendously, at least to figure out as to what has happened to this tragic aircraft. Why did it hit the ground from the after takeoff from a height of 600 to 800 feet, carrying 230 passengers plus 12 crew, and we need to know the exact cause why this accident has taken place, the way it has taken place, that will help the aviation industry in India tremendously.
Absolutely. Uh, the thing is that had there been a defect, a fault at the tarmac itself, the pilot would have stopped it. Pilot would have sensed it that it doesn't have the power, it doesn't have the pressure. It would have just stopped it. But it was all fine. The it took off, and then suddenly everything got jammed. It seemed that everything just stopped, and it just fell down. There was nothing that could have been done. If it would have happened 20 seconds before, when the flight was still on the tarmac, maybe the pilot would have just stopped it there, because you would have sensed that it doesn't have that power to go further. You would have just stopped it there. But it seemed everything was fine from that visual. It just took off and then it stopped and it fell down.
See, Zafar, the pilot has got his checks, all the way. From the time he starts up the aeroplane, he's got checks. There is a go no go indicators that tell him whether to take the aircraft out of tarmac or not after startup. And from there on, when he gets onto the runway, before he gets onto the runway, he has got a checklist to do prior to takeoff. Once he gets onto the runway, when he opens the throttles on both engines for takeoff, he has parameters to check on the engines whether the engine is fully functional or not. And these are all automated aeroplanes, so even if pilot makes some kind of a judgmental error, there would be indicators which would indicate to him by either giving a audio warning or a visual warning, or both, in terms of any critical indicators that pilot need to the pilot's attention needs to be drawn at that. So that is when you open the full power on the engines. Thereafter, during takeoff roll, there are acceleration checks. That means whether the aircraft is accelerating properly with respect to the distance on the runway or not. So all these things are a part of standard operating procedures and the checklist for the aviators, whether be it in any type of aviation. And more the responsible aviation gets in terms of carrying passengers and safety of so many people, the stringent safety requirements come in. As it is, aviation safety requirements are much stringent than all other safety norms that we follow otherwise in life. But when it comes to passenger safety, passenger aircraft, it becomes even more stringent. So in a condition like this, the pilot would have got indicator on his takeoff roll, even at the point of rotation, just short of that. If there was any indication of loss of thrust, he would have abandoned the takeoff, aborted the takeoff, and brought the aircraft to a halt on the runway. Beyond that, he has rotated properly. The rotation seems absolutely normal, like any other day. And thereafter, the aircraft has climbed very comfortably to a height of 600 to 800 feet, whatever be the value. So up to that, just maybe short of that point which we see in the video film, maybe just short of that, pilot has got some abnormality in the cockpit, and he has announced that as in terms of mayday call, and given an indication that the aircraft is not producing adequate lift for me to sustain flight. And that is a criticality in which he has landed up. After that, I don't think he could have done anything to this machine to save any life. Because see, Zafar, the captain is responsible for so many lives. He knows his job, and he is fully confident of taking this machine into the air over a distance from Ahmedabad to London, and land at London safely, bring it back here. That's his job. Or if he was to stay back in London, that would have been his schedule. And he is fully qualified, checked every now and then on these aspects by his supervisors who are supposed to check in. So there is nothing lacking in the qualification of the pilot to handle this aircraft. But in a situation where things go beyond the pilot's capability, then I think the machine has taken over and pilot has no control. Zafar.
Right. We were talking earlier to one of our panelists. He said that there is something called as heat and heavy, that it is very hot outside and the aircraft is packed to its capacity. There were 200 and more than 240 people in the aircraft, and the temperature outside was on a higher, higher level. And that could be one reason that there was this sort of, it just got congested. It just got blocked and it fell. Could that be a possibility?
No, I don't agree with that. There are various possibilities for accident like this. One is that overloading, what you call it, what you just described, it is called overloading the machine. But looking at the number of passengers, looking at the temperature of 39 degrees, and a hot and humid day, all right, but it is well within capability of the aircraft, and all these things are calculated on the ground before the aircraft starts up. So therefore he's got a load table with him. He's got whatever is the capacity of the aircraft, and based on that the fuel intake is calculated. Okay, what is the fuel required for this flight, what is the diversion fuel. So all these things are routine activities as far as the pilots and the ground crew is concerned. So one of the possibilities is overloading, but in this case I don't think overloading was, because it would have shown up in many ways. His takeoff roll would have been excess if on a hot and humid day with a fully loaded aircraft. If you're trying to take off, your takeoff roll is much higher than normal, so that would have given pilot an indication. The acceleration of the aircraft on the runway would have been slower than normal. That would have given pilot an adequate indicator that yes, there is something wrong with the aircraft. And with all the aircraft, the way it has started sinking, it wouldn't have gone down like this, to my mind. There are many other reasons. The configuration could be wrong. Again, there are many conjectures that have been drawn. I wouldn't like to hazard a guess on these things, because too early and with inputs that are available, I think it will be doing a lot of injustice to the pilot.
Right. And obviously, the initial response, initial reaction was more to do with rescue, to try and do what is possible to douse those flames, to try and see if there are injured who can be moved to hospital, whatever is possible. But eventually, an inquiry is already ordered, that is the SOP. There will be an investigation that will be done, that what exactly led to this crash, and perhaps it is perhaps important also because there are so many dreamliners that are that are operating out of India. What is the reason, specific reason? Because this is very, very unusual that there are two engines and both of them stop functioning and the aircraft just falls down after taking off. You think that there should be a time bound inquiry about all of this, and those results should later be discussed and put into action?
Zafar, if you see, Boeing Max also had a problem, and they were grounded for a long time, and until and unless the real reason for the accidents were known, or the malfunctioning of that machine was known, they were not cleared to fly further. So likewise, we will have the inquiry, of course, has to be time bound. It cannot just go on and on. And the company also is involved in this kind of investigation. There are international norms to conduct an inquiry like this. We have our own regulators who will look into this, because this is a serious business. It has an impact on the entire aviation in the country. And we have several airlines which are operating Boeing. Forget about only the 787s flying in India. There are close to 120 odd aircraft, as I understand, are flying world over. Now, this has an impact on aviation industry across the world. It is not only India, because Boeing has supplied aircraft all over the world. The 787 is not only flying in India. We have very less number as compared to what is flying outside in many other countries. So it has a huge impact, and I'm sure that the regulatory authorities will do the best to understand as to what is the preliminary, because there are two phases. One is that immediate action as to what requires to be done as far as this type of aircraft is concerned, and its operation within the country. That is one. Then across the globe, what is its impact? What is required to be done? That will be decided by Boeing, and it will be indicated in an early span of maybe a couple of days or a week's time. And then a complete inquiry will tell us exactly what has happened with this accident, which is such a tragic accident. It's something very, very serious as far as aviation industry in our country and globally is concerned.
Absolutely. The movement of traffic was stopped for some time, but after 3-4 hours, the operations once again resumed, because there's so much traffic, there's so many people who are moving around. But this is a very serious matter, that a flight has just crashed. It just crashed. An international flight has just crashed. So obviously there are different elements. One is the human error, one is the problem with the machine, a problem. There could be a sabotage element. So all of those need to be looked at, and exactly it has to be found what exactly is the reason that led to this crash. If it is sabotage, then obviously why did that sabotage took place? Who did that sabotage? Because the machine is perfectly fine, the pilot is perfect. Was it a human error? All of that is a matter of investigation. But for now, it's an extremely tragic day. I don't think in the recent past there has been a bigger tragedy in the aviation in India, at least. I don't remember it's a bigger tragedy than this.
Absolutely, Zafar. No, any aviation tragedy actually is a catastrophe as far as catastrophic as far as any country is concerned, for that matter.
Yeah.
And loss of life is always tragic. There is no doubt about it. And in an environment like this, where people have, we have seen some videos. People have come on holiday. They're going back happy. They enjoyed, their stay in India, and they're transmitting to people back home that they're coming back home after a lovely holiday stint in India, and suddenly, their loved ones find that they are no more, and so it's a tragic story by any standards. But otherwise, the impact of such an accident on overall aviation industry is tremendous. So therefore, I think people will. We have gone through such cases. Any aviation accident is taken very, very seriously, and the people who do I know of two accidents. One was the case in Mangalore airfield, and the one earlier where one of my ex bosses, Air Marshal Gokhale, was heading the inquiry, and the amount of efforts that were put in by that team to get to small nitty-gritties to find out what all the errors, not only the technical errors, but other than that, the systemic error, the supervisory lapses, the regulatory authorities, what they need to improve upon, what they need to do, and all these things were brought out by these inquiries, and our experts in that field and the regulators have put those things in action, and they're just to avoid these kind of accidents. So I think, but yes, while I say that, but angle of sabotage is one of the biggest thing that we need to look at. Now, of course, the technology is used everywhere to avoid, as much as possible. But I think if somebody gets down to playing such a big mischief, then that is one of the very, very high possibility, in these kind of accidents, and that needs to be looked at very, very carefully and critically.
Right. Air Marshal Sunilji will have to leave it here. Thanks so much for joining us today and for sharing your thoughts. Extremely tragic day for the country. The flight that took off quite normally from Ahmedabad. Seconds later, it crashed and it fell down. Caused such a big tragedy, devastated families, and really a big shock for the entire country. We'll keep a close track of the story. Thanks so much to you, Air Marshal Sunilji, and thanks to our viewers for watching the Mojo story.
Thank you, Zafar.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.